Monday, April 22nd, 2024, and we are in the School Board Awards and Presentations time. We are meeting in Joanna Idolette Jr. Teacher Education Center, and the time is 5:30. I'd like to call this meeting to order at this time, and I'd like to recognize the superintendent for a series of awards and presentations. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a full house here to honor and celebrate the achievements of some of our students, and we're going to start first with actual item number C, recognition of academic all-stars. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Maddox and board. We have seats over there for us because they're going to be the stars of the show for the next couple minutes, our students.
Yes, thank you, board. If you would kindly move over here so we could have our academic all-stars at the dais. Tonight for this presentation, we're here to celebrate our academic all-stars from our high schools, and I would like to invite Dr. Brian McMahon to the podium.
So thank you guys. Madam Board Chair, board members, superintendent, cabinet, family, community members, thank you. This is always an exciting time. As a former teacher at a high school, graduation season is always a one of transition, but it's always a positive transition. It's always amazing to hear the accomplishments of each student. So tonight we are honoring 10 academic all-stars, 5 from each high school. You'll notice that some couldn't make it. Kind of ironic when you hear a little bit about the bios and the reason why they can't come here. There's a reason why these students were selected as academic all-stars. We've got final exams, extracurriculars, all kinds of events. So for those of you here, congratulations. Behind each student is their family, as well as a staff member, a teacher that has meant something to them. So we're going to go ahead and get started. We'll go a little bit out of order because, again, one of our academic all-stars has a commitment. So to be here at this time, we want to recognize first Conrad Sylvester. Conrad is involved in many extracurricular activities. He's gifted musically, has won many awards. He's competed in the highest choir encore since his freshman year and is revered as a leader of the encore, which is why he needs to go so he can be there at 6 o'clock tonight, so be that leader. Last year, his school said his peers respect him as a leader and as a faithful friend. Last year, the IB math teacher was on maternity leave. Many students were struggling without that teacher there. Conrad realized he needed help and began tutoring students. As a former IB math teacher, thank you. Furthermore, he gave up his lunchtime 3 days a week to go in and tutor students that were in the other IB math period. The selfless act accentuates the heart and character of Conrad. Conrad is a Quest Bridge scholar who will be attending Haverford College in the fall. To allow him to slip out, we're going to go ahead and have him sign his certificate, if that's okay. We'll have his family and he and his family will then walk off stage so that they can get to their signing. So if you'll open it up, sorry, I did the same thing trying to get him in there. There you go. And then there's a top right sign. We'll get a picture. Thank you. And that's yours to keep. Conrad Sylvester. All right, the next academic all-star unfortunately is not here tonight, but I do want to read, as there is this recording of this board meeting so that his family can watch. Ivan Boone is a fantastic example of a student graduating from Sebastian River High School prepared for his next step in life. Already, he's passed 9 Automotive Service Excellence's entry-level certifications in their automotive program. Could get an additional 5 certifications before he graduates. He plans on going to a post-secondary school for marine diesel and is currently deciding which school to attend. His school stated, Ivan will do great in anything he puts his mind to. He has a natural ability to solve problems and will be a great technician. Congratulations, Ivan Boone. Cameron, after I read her bio and I tell you that she's actually at a final exam tonight, makes sense. She's a hardworking student who has always been a motivated student. Not only has Cameron strived to meet her academic goals, but she did not settle for the minimum, taking rigorous courses throughout her high school career to set her up for future success. Cameron has taken dual enrollment and honors courses, maintaining a 4.287 GPA. And while attending Sebastian River High School, she also attained the Office Administration Certification, Biotechnician Assistant Credential Certification, and Agricultural Biotechnology Credential Certification. There's a lot. Cameron will attend Florida Southern College in the fall. Congratulations, Cameron. Next is Lydia Olivo. She has a strong resume of extracurricular activities, including athletics, National Honor Society membership, and numerous volunteering events. Her most impactful volunteering service is in the peer-to-peer club, which provides tutoring and mentoring to underprivileged students on Friday afternoons. She understands the crucial role she is playing in the lives of these children and is willing to start her weekend much later than her peers. Furthermore, Lydia is using her artistic talents to paint a mural for Fellsmere Elementary School. Lydia will attend Florida Atlantic University in the fall. Congratulations. Next up, we have Crystal Pena Rosales. Enrolled in Sebastian River High School in August 2020, only 15 months after arriving in the United States. Despite having less than 2 years of English language, she was determined to make the most of her time in high school. Throughout her academic career, she took advanced level classes, joined the Naval JROTC, I think I said that wrong, Naval JROTC, earned industry certifications, started a multicultural club, participated in FBLA and competitions, attended Girls State, maintained an unweighted GPA of 4.0, completed more than 30 academics credits, enrolled in dual enrollment at Indian River State College. Crystal will attend the University of Maine in the fall. Congratulations. And on to Vero Beach High School. The first student, again, bio kind of explains where he is tonight. Travis English is the first academic all-star from Vero Beach High School. He's a deaf student who's had to overcome obstacles in his everyday life. He's here as an academic all-star, graduating with a 3.3 GPA and all requirements satisfied. His school writes, he is one of the nicest and hardest working students you'll ever meet. Travis is the oldest of 4 siblings and has been an amazing role model to them. He never quits in the face of adversity and strives to be his best. He helps his mother take care of the youngest sibling as well, which is where he's at tonight. Unfortunately, his mom had to work, and so he's home taking care of his brothers and sisters. He hopes to continue his education through programs offered at Indian River County. Next up, we have Timothy Hale. Timothy has earned academic success with a current GPA of 3.57, weighted 4.11. This is out of a 4.0 scale. I'm a math guy, trust me. He is currently a dual enrolled student in both Indian River State College and Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Additionally, he's already earned the status of being a dual career completer through the Vero Beach High School culinary program, as well as the digital design program. He has future aspirations to attend aviation school and become a pilot. Timothy Hale, congratulations. The next all-star, unfortunately, is not here. Norris Jones is a third academic all-star from Vero Beach High School. During his time here, Norris has pursued his interest in welding, having recently completed his welding certification at Treasure Coast Technical College. He did this also while dual enrolled with Vero Beach High School, completing all requirements to graduate. In fact, he's also a career completer in the drafting program as well as the auto mechanics program. He currently holds a GPA of 3.33, weighted at 3.63. Norris Jones, congratulations. Next up is Kevin Pollock. Kevin is extremely hardworking, compassionate, and devoted student. He's involved in numerous extracurricular activities that surpass the average student. Kevin has worked through his academic challenges to fulfill, meaning he's going to do this, playing football at West Point. As if that's all. Oh no, I got more. He is a student who goes over and above to achieve his goals. He'll be graduating this May with a 3.54 unweighted GPA. In addition, he is always willing to assist others, has volunteered countless hours with the Unified Organization, a division of the Special Olympics. Kevin has traveled throughout the state with the team, dedicating his time to promoting social inclusion through shared sports training and competition experiences. Congratulations, Kevin. And then finally, our last academic all-star, Samantha Vergen, is planning to study and pursue a career in nursing. She'll be attending Nova Southeastern University or University of Massachusetts in Boston in the fall. She currently has a 3.6 unweighted GPA, 3.9 weighted GPA, maintained AB honor roll status throughout high school. And while at Vero Beach High School, participating in the culinary, marketing, and health occupations career tech program, her school states she has impressed those who know her with their determination, intelligence, positivity, and strong sense of integrity. Samantha Vergen, congratulations. With that, I'm going to invite Dr. Moore up to say a few words to you and complete the signing.
Let's dance. So this is the kickoff of graduation season for us, and this is a very special opportunity because we have the opportunity to bring up some students as well as their parents and that special educator. And over the next several weeks, I'll shake over 1,200 hands. But you are a reflection of the great things that are happening in our schools because of your effort, whether it's to play at West Point, to excel in automotive, welding, so many different aspirations and goals. You are so inspiring to me and everyone who had the opportunity to hear your stories. So we want to bring you here and celebrate not only the accomplishment in your lives, but to symbol the accomplishments of our students across our entire system. So we'd ask for you to sign your recognition as an academic all-star on the count of 3, and we will all celebrate and applaud you for everything you have done. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, so with that, if y'all could take your certificates, come down front with your family and teachers. I'll ask our board members to come back up on the dais. And we'd like to have one picture with each of you together so we can say we knew you went. So.
Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, congratulations again to those students. We are moving on to our second presentation, which is our Casual for a Cause presentation. For those of you who are not familiar with Casual for a Cause, each month our students, teachers, and staff members in the school district, they fundraise for an organization that is placed on our Casual for a Cause calendar. And last month, we fundraised for ORCA, the Ocean Research and Conservation Association. And we are happy to say that our students, teachers, and staff members were able to raise $1,883.14 for ORCA. And we have Missy Weiss, Director of Citizen and Science and Education, here with us tonight. If you'd please come to the podium. This is for ORCA. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. On behalf of the Ocean Research and Conservation Association, we are humbled and very thankful for the generosity of the School District of Indian River County. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Take a couple steps to the right. Couple steps to the right up front. Here we go. Perfect. All right. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much. Okay, now since we swapped with our academic all-stars, we can get back to our recognition of April as Month of the Military Child. And tonight we've come together to honor and celebrate the resilient and courageous children of our military families. Throughout April, and indeed every day, we acknowledge the sacrifices they make and the strength they show in supporting their loved ones in service. Let's take this opportunity to shine a spotlight on their unique experiences and contributions. Thank you for joining us in honoring our military children. So if you see our first two rows of these adorable children in the front, these are all of our military children, and we have a special certificate for each one of them. So boys and girls, we're gonna ask you when we call your name to please come up and get your certificate and stay right at the front, okay? So we can get a big picture at the end. Now, in the audience, we also have their families, and we will be recognizing them as well. Families, when we call you, if you would just stand to be recognized, please. First, from Beachland, we have Ana Leis Constancio. And her mother, Ana Julia Maya Constancio, was in the U.S. Army and is also a 2018 Vero Beach High School graduate. From Citrus, we have Spencer Bird in 3rd grade, and his father, Tommy Bird, is a Marine veteran. Come on up, Spencer. From Dodgertown, Aaron Patterson in 3rd grade, and mother Deanna Patterson in the Army, and they cannot be here tonight. From Fellsmere, Mateo Marcelano in 3rd grade. And his siblings, Marinci Gabriela Marcelano is in the Army, and Misael Cotamoc Marcelano is in the Air Force, both former students at Fellsmere. From Glendale, we have Carson Brandes in first grade, and his father, Joseph, is in the Army National Guard as a combat medic. From Indian River Academy, Arabella Baumgartner in fourth grade, whose mother, Selena Baumgartner, is in the Air Force.
Yes.
From Liberty Magnet, we have siblings, Jackson and Henry Matthews, whose father, Ryan Matthews, is retired Navy. From Osceola, we have Cecilia Mulvane, fourth grade, whose father, Jason Mulvane, is a U.S. Army 76th Ranger Regiment. From Pelican Island, we have Peyton Justice, a fifth grader, whose brother, Dylan Mazzoli, is in the Army. From Rosewood, Kyson Page in first grade, whose mother, Calibia Page Whitehead, is an Army active reservist. From Sebastian Elementary, we have Ainsley and Gunnar Moore, whose father, Chris Moore, is in the Air Force. From Treasure Coast Elementary, we have Oliver Phoebus and Nolan Phoebus, whose father, Sean Phoebus, is in the Army. From Vero Beach Elementary, we have Elizabeth Brown, who's in fourth grade, and her father, Jerry Brown, is in the Navy. From Gifford Middle, we have Jaden Dents, whose father, Jason Dents, is 22 years retired Army. He's back. From Oslo, we have Bella Nolke, who's in 8th grade, and whose father, Jason Nolke, is in the Army. From Sebastian River Middle School, we have Nathan Lyford, whose father, Joseph Lyford, is a teacher at Sebastian River Middle School and is in the Coast Guard. And also from Sebastian River Middle School, we have Landon Lapola, who's in 7th grade, whose mother is Tiffany Welsh, who's in the Army Reserves. From Storm Grove, we have Gemma Hagerman, who's in 8th grade, whose father, Cody, is in the Army and served a tour in Iraq. From Vero Beach High School, we have Carter Tusky, whose father, John Tusky, is an employee in our school district, and he is in the Army Reserves. And last but not least, from Sebastian River High School, we have Michaela Smith in 11th grade, whose stepmom, Carrie Halbin, is an Army veteran, Air Force Reserve. And I'm really excited to say that all of our schools, with the exception of 2 of our smaller specialized schools, all had military students, and these were our wonderful students who were nominated, so please give them a big round of applause. And please remain standing if you were part of their family who came here tonight to be recognized. Please remain standing so we can give you a big round of applause as well. Okay, everyone, let me get a quick picture, and then parents, I'll have the...
Wait, can we say something before? Because once we take the picture, we have to say something first.
A little bit. Okay, maybe if we have a few people move up front, let's see, can you four right here, can you kind of move right here and make a window? Okay, and then you guys switch over. All right, let's get a couple more here. Let's
The elementary teacher coming out.
Okay. Come in just a little bit from the end here. Similar for
Oh!
Okay, everyone make sure that I can see your face. Make a window. All right, Air Force One. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Now don't move. Wait for your parents. Okay, there.
It's getting competitive in the audience.
Don't go anywhere, don't go anywhere.
Awesome. All right, congratulations, everyone.
Just my own, and real quickly before the students and the parents leave, this was a really fun opportunity to celebrate and acknowledge the sacrifice our children make for their parents. I have recently had my daughter married away to a officer in the Army, and I know the sacrifice that she makes and the impact that it has on her. And she's 25 years old. So the impact some children have in honor of their parents as they serve is something that has really recently grown near and dear to my heart. For all the parents who are and have served, thank you so much. This is one of the great reasons Indian River County is who it is. So thank you for your service, and thank you to our students.
And before you leave, we have one more special military recognition, and that is the recognition of the Tusky family. Tusky family, if you would please stand. And we already recognized Carter. We are specifically recognizing Carter and his entire family, and Mr. John Tusky, who's our Director of School Safety and Security. And just a little bit about the Tusky family, or a lot, actually, about the Tusky family. Lieutenant Colonel John Tusky, an Army reservist currently stationed in West Palm Beach, Florida, serves as a military police training officer with the 84th Training Command. His active duty journey began with a deployment to Iraq in 2003-2004, a time marked by personal sacrifices as his wife Becky managed their household, pregnant with a 2- and a 1-year-old. Despite the challenges, he returned briefly for the birth of his daughter Avery, who's here with us tonight too, thanks to the American Red Cross. Transitioning through the years of weekend drills and summer trainings, Lieutenant Colonel Tusky faced another deployment to Hattiesburg, Mississippi in 2009-2010. This time, his 4 elementary-age children experienced a year without their father's presence, missing significant milestones like first days of school, birthdays, and holidays. These sacrifices inherent to military service weigh heavily on families like the Tuskys. The absence of a parent at crucial moments leaves lasting impressions on children as they navigate childhood without their father by their side. Whether it's attending school events or celebrating achievements, the void left by a deployed parent is keenly felt. The Tusky children experienced many of these times over the last 20-plus years while they were all students attending our schools. Addie, Audra, Avery, and Carter Tusky all attended Beachland Elementary, Gifford Middle School, and Storm Grove, and then Vero Beach High School, where Carter is currently a junior, and Addie, the eldest, is a first-year business teacher and flag football and cheerleading coach, and she's here with us tonight. Despite the challenges, they grew resilient, drawing strength from the values instilled by their father's commitment to duty and country. For Carter, the youngest, only boy, who battled a rough start in life, technology provided a lifeline during his father's deployments. FaceTime bridged the physical distance, offering a semblance of normalcy amidst separation. However, his sisters faced a different reality during earlier deployments, relying on sporadic phone calls during a time of war. Despite the hardships, pride permeates the Tusky family. Lieutenant Colonel Tusky's 28 years of service exemplify dedication and sacrifice, shaping the character and values of his children. His children's gratitude for his commitment to the United States Army Reserves is unwavering, a testament to the enduring bond of family and service. Thank you, Tusky family. And if we could please have you join us up front for a photo.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to say something before
All
everybody
right,
leaves.
well, I think we all do.
We got to talk then.
Dr. Moore, I think board members would like to say something before everybody leaves. Ms. Rosario, go ahead.
Yes, I am so excited about tonight. I mean, a lot of us are wearing, and a lot of staff are wearing purple just to honor the children of military families. And last Thursday, a lot of people wore purple then as well. It was called Purple Up Day, just to, again, honor the children of military families. This is so special. I do not have someone in my family, immediate family, who is in the military, but I'm a patriot at heart, so much so that it gives me tears just thinking about the sacrifices that you all make for our freedom. And when the children are home, and I know that when you're home, I get the goosebumps just thinking about it, and you're missing your mom or your dad who is in the military. I don't know if it's going to give you comfort now, but it may give you comfort later on when you're older to know that they're doing it for the love of our country, they're doing it for the love of freedom, and they do it for your freedom as well. And that means so much to so many people that you are all sacrificing in your life so that your parents can sacrifice for our country. It is so much. I mean, there are no words to describe how grateful I am to everyone who serves in the military, who are here and who are not here represented. I wish we could honor a family who is actually in the field, but we didn't have one. We didn't. I guess that's a good thing that everybody is actually here with their children. But it really is, from the bottom of my heart, I give you my deepest gratitude. My heartfelt prayers go out to each and every one of you. And to the children, thank you all so much for representing your families so well. And thank you for being here. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Mr. McDonald?
I share her words, and we all appreciate the sacrifice and even the risking of lives that our military give us, as well as our police and our fire department people and everybody who serves us and protects us. And in seeing these young children not recognizing what they have to endure when their father or mother are not home for long periods of time is touching and something you don't often think about. And then seeing the older adult children and recognizing that they've gone through that for a couple of dozen years, and they know what that's like. And I just, I'm impressed and encouraged and touched in a way that I never really thought about before, but it is a big sacrifice, and we appreciate the children's sacrifice as well as the parents.
Dr. Jones?
Dr. Moore and staff, thank you very much for organizing this wonderful event. Thank you to all the parents who came out tonight and brought your children. I know that's an extra burden to be here. And again, veterans, thank you for your service. John Tusky and family, love you all. Just want to also announce that John's dad, Butch Tusky, was assistant superintendent here. Very grateful for you. And Linda Tusky, John's mom, was a teacher at Sebastian River Middle, social studies for many, many years. What you do makes this country great. My father was a World War II veteran. My husband volunteered for Vietnam at 19. It's all those sacrifices that make us who we are. So thank you very much. Love you all. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you for your service, and I say that knowing that sometimes that feels like an outdated or overworn slogan, but I want you all to remember there's a lot of people who still really mean it when they say it, and just know that for me and my household, we will always support you and have your back to the law enforcement and military community.
I'm not sure what else I can add to that other than thank you for defending our country, for defending our principles, for making America such a special place. And thank you to your kids, because I know other kids don't realize the sacrifice your kids are going through. And we appreciate the sacrifice that they're going through. So thank you all very much for being here tonight. Thank you, Dr. Moore, for, I hope we do this all the time. So thank you all.
For our next presentation, we will be recognizing our schools
Madam
of
Chair.
excellence.
Sorry, there was somebody.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, I just want to say 13 years in public education here in St. Florida, 6 years in a private college for my master's degree, 26 years teaching or in a role of some kind. This is the first district in all those years that have recognized this, so thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And we have a couple more presentations, but I do encourage you to stay for our proclamation that will be at the beginning of our board meeting. We have a few of our military children who will be reading it. For our next presentation, the Schools of Excellence in our district, we have 3 of them. All of them are excellent, but there's a certain recognition from the State Board of Education, and that recognizes schools who earn a school grade in the 80th percentile or higher for at least 2 of the last 3 school years. The following schools were designated as 22-23 Schools of Excellence by the Florida State Board of Education. Osceola Magnet School, Principal Jennifer Norris. Beachland Elementary School, Principal Rachel Finnegan. And Rosewood Magnet School, Principal Adam Faust. And Dr. L. Could we please make sure that any of the staff members who are here to celebrate our Schools of Excellence and our assistant principals are up with our principals as well, please? And let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you, guys.
See you next year. See you next year.
Congratulations.
See you in 3 months. See you in 3 months. Jump 5%, jump 10. So there you go. There you know your goal.
Congratulations. Next, we have our Safety and Security Spotlight, and I'd like to recognize Mr. John Tusky. You may remember him from a few moments ago, our Director of School Safety and Emergency Operations.
Thank you, Kristen. Pardon my voice if it fades in and out. I just returned a few hours ago from my 2 weeks of annual training in the military. I did a lot of yelling for a good reason, so I wasn't at a rock concert. I was actually working, so pardon me if my voice fades in and out. Thank you, school board. Thank you, Dr. Moore, Mr. Seymour, and to echo your comments, this has been an outstanding run with the school district, 29 years for me. And I have nothing but great things to say about serving in the military and the understanding and compassion that the school district of Indian River County has shown me as well as my family. So Dr. Moore, Mr. Seymour, my 2 supervisors, my bosses, thank you very much. Thank you. So each month, Mr. Seymour and I, we like to recognize specific people, citizens, students, employees who go above and beyond and rise to the occasion with safety and security. This person we're going to recognize tonight, I'll give you a hint. She looks like me. She's in uniform, standing in the back, so she's pretty easy to pick out. We wanted to recognize her last year, but she had a life-changing decision. I think it's a great decision myself. She decided to join the military. So before we could recognize her with her excellent work performance as a school resource deputy, she left to enlist in the United States Army. So Lieutenant Tiffany Welsh, post. I'd just like to say some wonderful things about her. We wish her husband was here. We understand he has been fully supportive of her and the decision. Her captain, Captain Thornton, has been by her side, supporting her along with her sergeants that are in the audience, Garrison and Bailey and Rod Smith and Chris Rodriguez. She is being showcased for going above and beyond, helping Vero Beach High School and all of our schools as a school resource deputy. She has returned and she's working in community affairs, but you can find her pretty much every morning helping at Vero Beach High School, working the metal detectors, keeping everyone safe, spending as much free time as possible there at Vero Beach High School. She is now what we call a citizen soldier. She wears two hats, like myself. She is exemplifying what we call telling the Army story. Part of our job is to tell the story to all the young people that are sitting here in the audience. She's telling it every day to her wonderful son that was recognized. So her selfless service to the community, to Sheriff's Department, and to the school district of Indian River County could not go unnoticed. That's why she is our candidate. A year later, we're sorry we missed you for our safety and security spotlight. Let's give her a big round of applause. I'd like her son to join her up front here, please. Her son. On behalf of the 87th Training Command, I'd like to congratulate you and thank you for all the time and work you've given to the district and the Sheriff's Department. Congratulations. On behalf of the 87th Training Command, I want to thank you for being you, a great student and a great son to your mom and dad. Please tell your father thank you as well. Your coin simply says thank you. All right.
Let's take a picture first, John.
Okay, take a couple steps to your left, please. All right. Ready, 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Captain Thornton, Captain Navallo, Sergeant Labby, can I get pictures with you guys, please? Lieutenant Bailey?
Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Just to add to the feel-good presentations tonight, we have our final recognition of a transportation professional who we had a parent give us a call and say, we have to recognize this transportation professional because she has gone above and beyond for my student. Now, the parent unfortunately could not be here tonight, but we were lucky enough to get a recorded video of a very special message that he has. And before we ask Ms. Jamethia Dion Jenkins Stinson to come up to the podium, we are going to see the special message from Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon. I wish I could be there today to see you in person and give you a big hug and thank you. for how you took care of my son. For those that don't know, my son is an ESE student at Vero Beach High School. He missed the bus and was kind of sitting there wondering what he should do. And then that's when God sent his angel, Miss Dion, to him. She saw him sitting there. She saw that he needed help, and she acted. She didn't think about it. She didn't say, hey, it's not my job. It's not on my bus route. No, she saw a child in need, and she did the right thing. She called my son over and said to him, hey, sweetheart, get on the bus. I'll take you home. And she did exactly that. She went out of her way to bring him home and make sure that he got home safely. And that's what we're supposed to do as adults. We're supposed to take care of each other's children and protect them. And that's exactly what she did. She doesn't just drive that bus. She's not, just a robot out there driving the bus. She's a woman who genuinely cares and loves the kids and her community and loves what she does. And she needs to be commended for that, because it seems that so many people today just kind of go about their days and say, well, it's not my responsibility. It's outside the protocols of what I'm supposed to do. No, she acted immediately, and she saw a child in need, and she took him under her wing and got him home safely. And I love you for that. Thank you so very much. My son is my whole world, and you showed my son that he's part of your world also. And that's exactly how we need to be today. And I just think it's beautiful. I think, God sent you for a reason. You have found favor with him, and Jesus loves you, and I love you. So I wish I could be there today. Unfortunately, I can't be, but I definitely wanted to send a note, express my gratitude, my heartfelt gratitude to you. So she is definitely a woman, Miss Dion, that you want to keep on board and give her a raise. And make sure you take good care of her. And may the Lord continue to bless you. And I will be keeping you and your family in my prayers. I love you, Miss Dion, and I certainly appreciate you going above and beyond for my son. Thank you very much. Have a great day. God bless you, and God bless America.
Miss Dion, our angel, would you come up, please?
All transportation, we do our job, okay? I was just being me, I was only being me. I love all kids. It doesn't matter what race, what their predicament is, bad, y'all can call them mad, but they're my kids. When they're with me, I feel like I'm their mom, so I'm just doing my job. And thank you. Appreciate you.
And we also have Mr. Sears from the Transportation Department here with us. Mr. Sears, would you like to come up? Do you have a few words to say about Miss Dion?
I'm not a big talker. All I want to say is that she's not just a good bus driver. She's a genuine person. And you got to have her be a genuine person first. Not drive the bus like somebody said. So she's an excellent person. And I'm not just saying that because she's getting an award. She's just a genuine, excellent person.
Oh, come on. Thank you. So, Madam Chair, we're 20 minutes over, but it's a 20 minutes well spent. That does conclude our presentations.
It was, thank you. This will conclude our awards and presentations for this evening. The time is 6:20. Our business meeting will start at 6:30. is a business meeting for the School District of Indian River County. It is 6:31, and I'm going to gavel us in. For those of you that are just coming into the door, I would like to welcome you as well to our meeting. And out of respect for everyone, please silence all electronic devices at this time. Also, if you have any material that you wish to share with any board member, please give that to our executive assistant, Ms. Moray. She is right there. At this time, I'd like to present the Sebastian River High School Navy Junior ROTC under the direction of Commander Retired Peter Bissonette, United States Navy, and Master Sergeant Retired Michael Hussey, United States Marine Corps, for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
March.
Thank you. They always do such a great job. We thank them. All right, at this time, board members, I'd like to ask for adoption of the orders of the day. Are there any items that board members wish to move from consent to action or add to discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I emailed the board earlier today. I'd like to pull item 6G, which is the approval of the instructional and non-instructional work calendars. Just want to review them and bring them back to the board next month prior for approval.
Okay, Dr. Moore, thank you.
I'd also like the will of the board to move item 2B, the proclamation month of the military child, to be heard before the report of the superintendent.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. Any discussion items to be added? Like to call for a motion?
So
I'd like to make,
Oh,
sorry.
Dr. Jones, Dr. Pasca, do you want to make the second?
That's okay.
No? Okay,
I'll second.
okay. All those in favor of adopting the orders of the day as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? It passes 5-0. I'm going to recognize Dr. Moore for item 2B.
Item 2B is the proclamation, and we're going along with the day's theme, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Maggs to present this item.
So tonight we have our proclamation for Month of the Military Child, and we have 5 students who volunteered to read a line of the proclamation for us. We've already practiced. They're experts. They didn't even need me to tell them what to do. So I'd like to introduce Cecilia Mulvane from Osceola. Come on up, Cecilia. They've already been recognized once tonight. These are our military students. Spencer Bird from Citrus. Nathan Lyford from Sebastian River Middle School. Mateo Marcelano from Fellsmere. And Gemma Hagerman from Storm Grove Middle School.
Whereas the school board of the Indian River County recognizes the sacrifices and contributions made by military children who support their parents' service to our nation, and
whereas military children face unique challenges including frequent moves, family separations, and adapting to new schools and communities, demonstrating resilience, strength, and patriotism beyond their years, and
whereas the month of the military child is a time to honor and celebrate the resilience and sacrifices of military children, and to raise awareness of the challenges they face and support they need, and
whereas the school district of Indian River County is committed to providing a nurturing and supportive environment where military children can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally, and where their unique needs are recognized, valued, and addressed.
Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the School Board of the Indian River County hereby recognizes the month of April as the month of the military child. We honor the bravery, strength, and sacrifices of military children and express our deepest gratitude for their service to our nation.
Yes, oh, sorry. All right, board members, we have a proclamation. We need to vote on it. May I have a motion?
I make a motion.
All right,
Second.
Ms. Rosario and Dr. Pasca. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, it passes 5-0. Thank you.
Families, could we have you join them up at the dais, please, families?
Absolutely.
Make a window.
Students, if you kind of stand a little more towards the front so we can see your faces. All right, excellent. Everyone look this way. 1, 2, and 3. Hold for another picture.
Thank you, parents, also for your support.
Now we can move to item 6A. I'm sure some of those families would rather have that proclamation rather than listen to my presentation. So we'll give them the opportunity to escape. This item provides me the opportunity to provide an update to the board as well as kind of my report, which captures the activities over the course of this last month that we continue to work to provide world-class education to all of our students. So in looking at our quarter 3 update, board, you will recall this year in our district strategic plan, really creating the conditions to build sustainable systems in our school system, being very intentional of moving to sustainable practices, because next year we're going to engage in the process of a year-long design of the 25 through 30 school plan. So this year's plan is very, very intentional in sustaining behaviors across the organization so we can build and expand upon those particular behaviors. When you look at some of our key accomplishments around safety, I just like to continue to highlight these because we're doing monumental work in ensuring that every single student can walk into our school system, feel safe, feel comfortable, and know they're in an environment in which they are cared for and they can focus in on the quality instruction that our educators are providing. So this board has expanded security monitors in a drastic way over the last several years. You all should take kudos and great pride in the enhancements to the code of conduct. There are districts literally surrounding us who are taking action that you literally took a year ago to improve the quality of the environments in their schools. So being replicated is a great sign of your leadership. Strategically added open gate weapon screening systems, highlighting lightning detectors, heat monitors. Those things are in place with the heat that is fastly coming on in where we are living. Making sure our students are safe both after school and during the weekends is extremely important. We've added the Zero Eyes weapon detection and continue improvements related to school hardening efforts, drastically pushing up items to get them done as quickly as possible. This board just last month took a hard stance on IDs and making sure students had them on from the minute they walk onto the bus and to the minute they get off that bus in order to highlight and make sure that we're using that safety protocol as we should. This looks at the Focus portal. This was one of our initiatives. I just honestly couldn't believe in 1920 only 33% of our students, our parents, were engaging in the portal. This gives you direct information regarding how your son or daughter is doing in a classroom, direct communication with the teacher. To move to 96% is absolutely outstanding. In our school district, you never have to worry or wonder, how is my son or daughter doing in a class? You log onto the Focus portal, you look at the grade book, and you know right away. And if it's an opportunity to give praise to your son or daughter, or say, wait a minute, I need to contact this teacher because I don't like to see a C or a D, so it's a great practice that we have established and embraced over the last 4 years. Continuing to grow our staff recognitions. This was something board members gave to me as feedback in my individual meetings with you all, really to ensure that Indian River County School District and each and every single one of our schools is the happiest place to work. And we really went out on an initiative this year and really made that intention with our principals. And we said, make this the happiest, funnest year of your life. And we are seeing teacher and staff incentive breakfasts. I feel like I'm on a different breakfast every week. The iReady Growth teacher recognitions, really honoring and celebrating teachers throughout the year. Always the Teacher of the Year and Employee of the Year Gala. Those are two things this district really should be proud of and celebrate. Safety and security recognitions, that's us continuing to be public with our practice regarding our priority around recognizing those who keep our students safe. We've created a new initiative this year, which we call it You've Been Souped. That's the opportunity for me with my staff to go to a special department who is going above and beyond and shower them with acknowledgments and surprise them and probably try to embarrass them somehow, some way, but really celebrate what they're doing. And it really has been a fun initiative that's helped us shift and improve the quality of our work environment. District staff shout outs, taking the time each and every single week to acknowledge and celebrate those who are doing this work. Sometimes you don't know that people are watching, but when I hear the great news, we want to make sure that we're shouting it out. We have a system that we push out on a weekly basis. We give them posters, and every week we're celebrating the efforts of everyone in this building and celebrating the contributions that they make, not only to this work, but to each other. The Academic All-Star Teacher Honorees, that was today. And then we created and have seen great benefit of creating a teacher retention bonus that we are very, very excited about continuing and expanding going into next school year. We've celebrated again, but the fact that our audits continue to come back crystal clean really is a clear indication of the systems and structures that we've put in place. And I will say this, an audit is a minimum compliance effort. It allows us to have the minimum expectations in place and allows us to move beyond compliance and accelerate towards academic growth and overall organizational growth. So the fact that we're experiencing these audits outcomes is greatly appreciated for everyone in our organization. Other performance areas within our superintendent's plan I'll share these, and as you know, as we go into the next month, we're going to have outcomes coming available. We're going to start our assessments May 9th, and we'll assess through the end of the school year, but we go full on in assessments starting May 9th. Our schools are hard at work. I can say with all honesty, we're maximizing every opportunity, using data to drive instruction and modify instruction moving into the last several weeks of the assessment, making sure students just aren't receiving tutoring, but receiving very specific instruction in the area that they need to maximize their outcome. But we do want to highlight holding a policy practice performance, which allowed us to bring in other districts from across the state and nation, really to talk about some of the improvements that we've had over the last 4 years. It was a very strategic opportunity to tell the truth, that we are the state of Florida's most improved school district, and we want to make that same claim at the end of this academic year. Recognize, incentivize student growth on iReady assessments. We continue to do that, spend a lot of times at school celebrating students. Those assessments help us inform the instruction. So yes, we're acknowledging the growth of students, but it's so important to understand where we need to drive instruction based on a student's reality, and that's why we want to continue to highlight that. As it relates to our community, and you'll see in the coming slides, we take community and being available to our community very seriously. We're somewhere almost every night. We're just highlighting here the Safer Family Fun Fest, which our district, through the leadership of Mr. Seymour and his team, put together an absolutely exciting, fun day. And then established a new employee onboarding system. This was direct feedback, where our district team worked collaboratively to look at, when we bring new individuals into our organization, how do we, in a comprehensive way, provide them all of the information that they need. So they have created a brand new onboarding system which allows all of us to come together and really allow this new employee to feel as part of our family as quickly as possible. You'll see some slides of that event in the coming presentation, but just so proud of all of the different offices to come together, share their experiences, and deeply understanding if we have someone who's willing to join our team, we want them not only to join our team, but to be a member of our family. So I'm just so proud of that initiative, and you'll see pictures of that in the coming slides. And engage strategic visioning work for the establishment of the district's first district support organization. That's an item you'll start today. It's been a long time coming, but it allows us really to create a mechanism to support your strategic plan board members to ensure that we are driving this work and maximizing every single dollar that is available and expanding dollars through this organization to support what is an extremely aggressive district strategic plan. Want to kind of go through here and look at, go to the next one, I'm sorry. So I thought they blended together. Yeah, I did all those. Tell me it was me. No,
There's another presentation.
No. Uh-oh. There it is. There we go. Hit play. So this information captures the course of the last month. On March 19th, we had the opportunity to be recognized by the City of Vero Beach County Commission. I'm sorry, that's the County Commission, which was March 19th, where we had the opportunity to be recognized for being the most improved school district in the state of Florida. And it was great to go and listen to our county commissioners share their excitement for the growth that we have had in our school system. An absolutely rewarding day, and really was excited to share that information with them. Many of you had the opportunity on that same evening to participate in the Shark Tank at Vero Beach High School. Those were our young innovator students coming up with their own marketing plans and selling opportunities to create new ways of work. This one was focused around the culinary experience, so it was very exciting to see. I had the opportunity on that same day, March 19th, busy day, to present on a national pattern where we're really looking at the systems that we have created. This is through the campaign of grade level reading, where they reached out and said, can you share the work that you're doing around improving academic outcomes? We have spoken many times about Datacom. March 20th was the opportunity for us to sit with principals, really look at their goals. If you looked on that last picture, you can see their goal, what we call our goal tracker, that looks at where they're currently at, looks at their goal, and the conversation at the table is where do we have to modify or shift what we're doing in order to ensure that we hit the outcome. Great dialogue, even at March 20th, significant amount of learning to take place. Same process happens with our high schools. Just a wonderful opportunity to look at what are the issues, where are the barriers, and what do we do to solve them to make sure we're maximizing the outcomes for all kids. This is me being as vigilant as possible, getting out information regarding the survey that we sent to our community. Very excited tomorrow to have the opportunity at the close of this boarding to begin to look at those results and get ready for a board presentation on our desire to look at creating a classical school. We did a great job getting the word out there for that. Can't not celebrate Assistant Principal Weeks, April 1st through the 5th, so we have some slides of all of the hard work our assistant principals are doing. They go above and beyond, and they just don't stop. They're all future principals. Getting more connected was on April 1st, and that was an opportunity basically 5 weeks before the assessment, really to make sure parents understand when assessments were taking place, what was being asked for them, and really partner with them with 5 weeks leading into the assessments, the kind of things that we can do together in order to ensure every kid isn't feeling a level of anxiety with these assessments. They've done the work over the last several months. They are prepared. They should be excited to sit down and show the world what they can do on May 9th, and that's exactly what we communicated on that day. Also had the opportunity to, on April 2nd, to once again do a Get More Connected. This was very similar to the presentation that I gave to the board a few weeks ago, where we're looking at renewing our millage at the same rate. And I will say it, this community and this school board does more than less in Martin County, spends $19 million more through sales tax that we as a school system do not have, but we're an A school system and they are not. So we are really maximizing our return on investment, and we'll continue to hold ourselves accountable to being fiscally responsible with every dollar that we have in order to shrink the district and maximize those systems and supports and personnel that are at our school sites. If you acknowledge Teacher Day, April 3rd was Paraprofessional Days. Those are our teacher assistants. Just happy to see all of our schools acknowledging the unique individuals who do this work for us. This is that new employee onboarding, and these are the employees from across the system having the opportunity to come out and engage with the various offices to have a deeper understanding of who does what. We are a very large system, so making these connections and relationships absolutely was a positive experience. And then here we go. It is ceremony time. This was the Vero Beach High School Scholar Ceremony. Just a wonderful opportunity to see our seniors acknowledge the impact of a teacher. Some of these teachers that they're acknowledging were elementary teachers, just absolutely rewarding. We did the same thing at Sebastian. I have a different suit on. You can tell. Yes, I do. Okay. Media Specialist Day, April 4th. Once again, we want to make sure that we acknowledge the individuals with all these different days they have. This is us souping the food and nutrition. As you recall, we spoke about their perfect audit. So there's me and my team outside the office, all getting ready to sneak up on them. And then we came in with donuts. We celebrated them for their perfect audit, passed out the donuts, and just, the smiles on their faces for the work that they're doing and what they're accomplishing was a great, great way to start a school day. And then this is some of the iReady celebrations that we spoke about earlier. You see all of that food. You think it's from this diner or commercial. No, it's from these individuals right here, Food and Nutrition. They made it all, and both at both schools, this is Treasure Coast Elementary School, it was straight on better than Sunny's, absolutely outstanding. And this is the Cruise into Kindergarten, which was a Saturday event, which is an event we just started doing again following we were doing it before the pandemic. This just allows a kid to get on a bus. It allows the kid to understand what's going to happen on that first day of school, and it just breaks down some of the anxiety. They get to do it with some of our pre-K teachers as well as their parents, very intentional about how we're easing students into what can be a very challenging and scary time. This is when the City of Vero Beach City Council recognized us for our A school grade and being the most improved school district in the state of Florida. Once again, absolutely rewarding to hear individuals, leaders in our community acknowledging our work and growth. This was an absolutely outstanding event. This, each and every single one of you should be proud of, because it demonstrates this board's commitment to performing arts. This is the All-County Music Festival. Those are our schools, our students in a packed gymnasium where all the schools are highlighting their talents. There are not very many school districts left in the state of Florida that have full music programs in elementary school and middle school and high school. This county does, and it is a commitment made by this board, and you all should be very, very proud of that. This is the softball championship for our middle school teams. On that same note, there's not very many counties that have a full, comprehensive middle school athletic program. Here you see the softball and baseball championships at one of the hidden jewels in Indian River County, Jackie Robinson Stadium. Just an absolutely wonderful day. We have some serious talent both at the middle school level for baseball and softball. This is the Unified Sports Champion Ring. Our unified program is probably a model across the state, and this is where they're receiving their championship rings. The number of rings that this program gives away is absolutely amazing. Needs to be a fundraiser for that. This is more of the food challenge with your chocolate dipped strawberries. Once again, done for Sebastian Middle School, and this is their faculty feast for having the most improvement at their school. I'm in the background on the phone in that picture. And this was their Spring Fest dance that they had for the students' largest growth. This is the Billy Wilson track meet, which was April 13th. This is a fine oiled machine led by our elementary phys ed teachers. Those students are running. This is our 4th and 5th graders. You would think they're in the Olympics. They're running so hard. So it is absolutely a joy to see that. This was the Jackie Robinson Play Ball event. This is an event that's hosted by Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball is the owner of the Jackie Robinson Stadium. That is a major partnership with us. Mr. Seymour is engaging in conversations really to expand and grow that partnership. We have some great things coming down the pipe in that partnership. That picture with Mr. Seymour, who's towering above me, in the middle, that's Jackie Robinson's granddaughter, who is on the executive board for their foundation. So it was just an honor to meet her and hear some of the stories that her great-grandfather has had on our community as well as our nation. And this is obviously, we're celebrating the month of military child support. Our schools went above and beyond, as they always do. I'll run through these slides quickly, but you cannot go to a school during the week of April 15th or April 19th, really throughout the entire year, and see our principals really in creating an environment that is so reflective of our community as a whole. Absolutely outstanding, all of the events that took place. You're going to see purple everywhere I went during Purple Day. Was absolutely amazing. Purple was everywhere. I hit probably 2 or 3 schools that day, and it didn't make a difference where I was going. The message got to our principals, and our principals made sure our community had the opportunity to participate. Purple's not an easy shade to find, but our target doesn't have any purple left. And here we go. And this was the scholarship night just last Wednesday at Sebastian High School. Thursday will be at Vero Beach for their scholarships. A few of our board members were there. One of the young ladies who signed a scholarship tonight, I asked her, I said, how much money did you get? Over $20,000.
That's Sebastian.
Yeah, 20,000. Now, her name was pronounced 19 different ways when she was called up, but wow. Olivo, yes. Someone had to help the next presenters. But 20,000. Olivo. So it was absolutely outstanding. This was just last Thursday and Friday. This was a goal-setting meeting with Cabinet where we're looking at our structures and systems as we get ready to prepare recommendations to our board regarding next year's or the update of our strategic plan. So we're already having those conversations about where we need to go as a system to prepare and prep our board to have those conversations about what's next for Indian River County. Looking forward to that. And then Saturday was the American Cancer Society Relay for Life. We raised as a system, Ms. Holmes, $9,000. And if you would have put all of our teams together, we all had, Kelly had her team, Eric had her team, Bruce had his team. They raised the most money, Bruce's team. But if you would have put us all together as one district, we would have had the second highest raised amount at $9,000. We had over 50 of our employees out there walking in the circle. It was just a great day to step back and say, wow, I'm part of the school district of Indian River County. And that was Saturday. I didn't do anything Sunday, so that concludes my presentation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. All right. At this time, we are going to move into our citizen input. I'm going to read the guidelines for citizen input according to the School Board Policy 0169.1. Each statement made by a member of the public shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration. I will be recognizing in the order in which requests were received. The time shall start when the speaker is at the podium, and the public information officer will be the official timekeeper. As you will see, the time clock is visible to your left on the dais. You will hear a beep at the end of your 3 minutes. Each person may speak up to 3 minutes at the beginning of the business meeting during citizen input, as indicated on the order of business, and for up to 3 minutes for each action item during the action agenda, and each board member discussion item as indicated on the order of business. If a consent item is moved to an action item, when you come to the podium, you may speak at that time or defer to speak at the time of the presentation of the action item. People may only speak once about any given item. The time period may be extended by the presiding officer. Only the individual submitting a speaker's form is allowed to address the board. Time may not be yielded to other speakers. During the meeting, please refrain from clapping or outbursts of any sort so we can proceed with dignity and decorum by not infringing on any individual's First Amendment rights. I need to remind everyone to direct all comments to the chair, not to individual board members or to the superintendent, please. Board members may or may not address any citizen input statements at the end of the citizen input comments. As board members listen to citizens without interruptions, citizens are asked to give board members the same respect, please. As per Florida Statute 1001.372, subsection 3, the presiding officer of any school district may order the removal from a public meeting held by the district school board of any person interfering with the expeditious or orderly process of such meeting, provided such officer has first issued a warning that continued interference with the orderly processes of the meeting will result in your removal. The first warning is for everyone at this time. No personal attacks, please, no inciting, and no disrespect. I will be calling you up 2 at a time. The first person will be called to the podium to speak, and the second person will be in line to speak after that. Speakers shall not engage in personal attacks or abusive language, please. The chair has the right to terminate any speaker's privilege to address the board if this rule is violated. If you have anything to give to board members or the superintendent, please do that through our executive assistant, Mrs. Moray. It is clear that the board has taken action to comply with the law regarding instructional materials, including library books. If you are here to express your opinion regarding HB 1069 on materials in school libraries, we would ask that you visit staff in the lobby to initiate the challenge process. Finally, the school district supports First Amendment rights of speakers and rights outlined in HB 1069 regarding library materials. As such, some individuals may choose to exercise these rights, which may include reading material with language or content that is not appropriate for all audiences. Knowing this, please make a viewing decision appropriate for you and your family. All right, let's see, we have 10 speakers. The first speaker is Frank Trickle. The person on deck is Arlene Jamison. Good evening.
Before the books. Good evening. My name is Frank Trinkle. It's a happy coincidence that I speak to you tonight on the same day that you deliver the proclamation recognizing the military child. I myself am a product of military childhood from birth until graduating from high school. I attended a number of schools in the U.S. and overseas during my youth, all of which were familiar with the challenges that military brats, as we're affectionately known, face with frequent moves and constantly playing catch-up when entering new schools at the commencement of their academic period has begun. I'm a former Army officer and currently extremely proud to be the spouse of an active duty, very senior combat veteran colonel in the United States Air Force, who will be retiring with 30 years of service on August the 23rd of this year. We have a 16-year-old son, a junior in the upcoming year, and due to very poor ratings and curriculum of schools at our last two assignments, as permanent Florida residents, we were eligible to enroll our son in the Florida virtual school, virtually the best in the country, tuition-free for the last 4 years. Now retiring from active duty, we settled on Sebastian after selling our Palm Bay home due to the local culture here that much more clearly matches our own. The county is strongly supportive of our military veterans and retired families, even with veteran parking spaces in virtually every county facility, with the exception of this particular building, I might add. We want our son back in brick and mortar high school for his last 2 years for a number of reasons, not the least of which is to develop social skills he's missed through virtual school and to experience the typical activities like prom and cap and gown formal graduation. This is critical personal development prior to entering post-secondary schooling and later employment. We have unfortunately come up against some very serious stumbling blocks as we try to enroll him. He will not be attending until early September due to my wife's retirement date. And in discussions with the grade counselor and the registrar at Indian River High, I was informed that though he could register classes in June, failure to be in attendance for the first 10 days of classes would cause removal from those classes, and he would be left with having to choose lesser desired courses that still had possible vacancies. Additionally, there does not appear to be a program for him to catch up with classes that have been in progress for a month already, as I have had in the past in my own schools, even if he was not removed by the 10-day rule. There are other issues as well. I have much more to say on this issue, but limited to your 3-minute rule. The crux is that though you supposedly honor the military child as a board, you clearly do not have the necessary understanding of military life and hardships of military youth. You have taken no actions to assure that children like my own are provided care and management to overcome the challenges caused by our military service, much like Brevard does, our neighbor to the north with 2 active military bases and a National Guard base, and their children has been able to overcome. I have a lot of suggestions and advice on how to handle some of these things if I've given the opportunity at some point. In the meantime, please help, and I thank you for your time.
First of all, sir, hold on one second. Thank you for your service and to your family's service. You mentioned Indian River High. Which school?
Indian River, Sebastian.
Okay, Sebastian River High School.
Yes.
That's important, so they know that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So Ms. Krista Folding.
Okay, at this time we have Arlene Jamison. On deck is Reverend Dr. John Vacchiano.
Hi. As a member of a family with 5 people
Could you
in the
speak
military,
into the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, just pull it down. There you go.
Coming from a family with 5 military members, I think it was wonderful that you do recognize them and their children. I think that was great. I want to congratulate all of you for your A ranking and your improvement in all the categories and all the special programs that Dr. Moore just outlined. I love the Shark Tank and the fact that you're doing music, which so few places are doing nowadays. Okay, I do have 2 concerns / questions. I know you're considering classical magnet school, and I just want to know if it's a true classical school or a classical Christian school in the model of Hillsdale College. Not everyone in the school district is Christian, They are many different religions, some are no religion. So I think that is an issue that needs to be recognized. And the second part is that I'm wondering about the wisdom of having chaplains serve as mental health counselors rather than having people who are educated to do that with students. Again, I think we're kind of going down that slippery slope of losing the separation of church and state. And I hope we don't do that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to address that now or at the end?
Dr. Shapiro.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Reverend Dr. John Bacchiano, and on deck is Robert Chuck Conley.
Good evening. Would you bow your heads with me as I recite the student's prayer? Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence upon Thee, and we beg Thy blessings upon us, our parents, our teachers, and our country. Amen. First, Madam Chair, I'd like to congratulate Mr. McDonald on his appointment as our new school board member by Governor DeSantis. I've been encouraged by the conversation that we've been hearing and taking place in regard to adding the classical curriculum in our school system. As I've researched our American education system that began over 400 years ago, I believe that it's imperative that we study, learn, and apply once again the great foundations of our American education system. Originally, religion, morality, and knowledge were the three pillars of American education. But thanks to progressive education movement, religion and morality are no longer its pillars. Dr. Benjamin Rush, the father of public schools, stated in his plan for the establishment of public schools in 1786, he said, "I maintain that there is no book of its size in the whole world that contains half so much useful knowledge for the government of states or the direction of affairs of individuals as the Bible." Dr. Rush was also a signer of the Declaration of Independence, a physician, Surgeon General of the Continental Army, treasurer of the U.S. Mint, and co-founder of the first American Anti-Slavery Society. A strong proponent along many founders, like Dr. Rush, was Noah Webster and Fisher Ames, and he said that the Bible should remain a school book. Dr. Rush wrote in an essay entitled "A Defense of the Use of the Bible as a School Book." He recommended that the Bible should be read in our schools in preference to all other books, from its containing the greatest portion of that kind of knowledge which is calculated to produce private and public temporal happiness. He also stated that the Bible contains more truths than any other book in the world. He believed that those who were instructed in the Bible would be made wiser or better by the early operation of these prejudices upon his mind. Every just principle that is to be found in the writings of Voltaire is borrowed from the Bible. Moreover, in his book, Daniel Driesbach, who wrote Reading the Bible with the Founding Fathers, stated that Dr. Benjamin Rush suggested that a lesson of history was that nations flourished in proportion to the honor and reverence they gave to the sacred text. History has proven that when a nation and its people recognize the omnipotence and sovereignty of Almighty God, there is blessing, favor, and protection bestowed upon her and her people. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, Psalm 33:12. Thank you, and God bless you as we work together to make education great again.
All right, thank you. Next is Robert Chuck Conley, and on deck is May Asensio.
Good evening, Board. It's a pleasure to be
evening.
here, as always, and even more pleasure to see all the great events that you have planned and what we went through the last few months. Amazing, amazing. You guys impress me all the time. But I'm here tonight especially to welcome your new board member, Mr. Kevin McDonald. He's, as was well said in the Sunrise Journal, divine presence is on our side. Classical education was on Dr. Moore's and your school board a few months ago, and suddenly, Kevin McDonald came, and at the same time, and as stated in the Sunshine Journal, miraculously. So I'm excited about the classical education possibilities, and I urge you to push forward that. Personally, I'm a big believer, as you probably know by now, in divine providence. We're all here in this room at this present time and place, led by divine providence. It is well known and documented that our Declaration of independence and our Constitution were considered divinely influenced. All of us in this room and the tribes of people that we reach out and touch every day with our presence are ready for a fantastic opportunity. And I consider this an opportunity to make a difference in our community, our schools and our kids. Classical education is a step forward. While it's not new, it's been in home schools, private schools, church schools for some time. There's no doubt that this school board has a special opportunity to implement classical ed into the Indian River County system. With this special leadership team and some more divine providence, the Indian River School Board can set an example not only for the local community, but for all the other 67 school boards in Florida, and even nationally. There's an amazing 13,318 school boards in our country. And I think it's fair to say, and oh, by the way, almost 49 million students by the 1921 stats. And I think it's fair to say that you guys are doing a fantastic job, not only in Florida, but setting an example for the rest of the country. But make no mistake, there's a David and Goliath moment here too. We are up against a Marxist agenda that has perpetuated our country and our schools for the last 70 years, intensely for the last 3 or 4 years. But that being said, the local and national groups organizations have been leading the good fight for the future of our kids in our republic. We see change and enlightening coming. Divine providence. Corporations, colleges, state governments are backing out or even canceling DEI and CRT programs. The duty is ours and the results are God. Let's celebrate and congratulate not only Kevin McDonald and new beginnings and new opportunities in Indian River School Board and its schools. Let us pray and be thankful for this present moment in his name. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May Asensio, and on deck is Jennifer Pippin.
Through the chair, congratulations to Mr. McDonald for being appointed to the board. A speaker last month provided findings from a recent Southern Poverty Law Center survey. The speaker stated many statistics from this survey, and their final point to the board was to say, as an elected body, perhaps you should be listening to the majority of parents and residents of Florida and Indian River County, and not the small number of loud negative voices that stifle parents' voices. Not sure who they were referring to with that last description. But let's look quickly at the survey sample that the speaker was referring to. For starters, the Southern Poverty Law Center surveyed, per the speaker, about 1,100 Florida residents. Florida has a population of 21.54 million, making the 1,100 that were surveyed about 0.005% of Florida. Even if just half of the 21.54 million are parents, then they surveyed 0.01%. Quite a small and totally insignificant sample. Even if I take the population of Indian River County, about 159,800, that they surveyed then 0.68% of Indian River County population. Board members, I am asking you for you to review and confirm statistics that are stated by speakers with a critical mind. And don't look just at the numbers, but at the statistical significance of the data and where the data is coming from. The speaker's last statement was, the future of our community depends on rational data-based findings, not cultural wars. I agree with that. But to cite a survey that is statistically insignificant and from a source that is far to one side of any issue is not the way to avoid culture wars. And last, I still have difficulties understanding how there are rational adults that are having trouble with removing books that contain nudity and or pornographic scenes from a public school library. Personally, I don't see why it matters if the author is white, black, or purple. If they are writing a book that contains nudity or pornography, it is inappropriate for school-age children. To suggest that we keep inappropriate books in schools because they were written by a person of a certain color is irresponsible. I believe that is why the board took steps in voting 5-0 to remove many of them from the shelves. It wasn't because they were written by one person or another, it was because of the content. In the words of Thomas Kenny, we are about cleaning house in regards to pornographic content and the behavior that comes with it. It's that simple. And I, for one, will continue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer Pippin. On deck is Thomas Kenny.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pippin, and I'm the proud chairman of Moms for Liberty here in Indian River County. I first wanted to thank the board and the school district for honoring the military veterans and their children. Something that not a lot of people know about me, my father was a Green Beret. He was 82nd Airborne, and he served as a Vietnam veteran, so that was very heartwarming to me. I usually don't get very personal on here, but seeing all the children and everybody in their military uniforms and you guys doing that as a school district was absolutely outstanding. I got an email from a bus driver in the school district that I wanted to read aloud. It was very concerning to me, and I just want to make sure that school district staff is aware of the anonymous reporting, and you guys are following up with bus drivers especially. She said, I just want to go over some union discussions we had tonight at our meeting, and we're being silenced when it comes to speaking at the school board meetings, and I just wanted to get together if we can get some parents to stand up and speak on our behalf because of all the route problems we're having and kids getting home hours later from school, just issues that the board needs to hear about before we present them, and also with our raises we want to implement for our next contract. I don't plan on returning next year and will be looking for another job. This place is too toxic and is really starting to affect my health and not worth keeping. Thank you for offering to speak to the board. I don't want to lose my job before I'm ready to leave. So again, just if you could please make sure that your staff is aware of the anonymous reporting or follow up on this, because this person is employed by your school district and she's afraid to speak up. Also, to be respectful of time, I did want to speak to a couple of the items on the agenda, but I didn't want to take 3 minutes for each one. So 11A, when that was added, that is speaking to standing for the pledge and the patriotic things that are going on in the school district. I did speak to my children about this. They attend Sebastian River High School, and they said about 75 to 80% of the students in their classes are not standing for the pledge. So this is a huge issue. This is a problem. When they went to Imagine South Vero charter schools, there was not an option to not stand for the pledge. So again, not knowing the complete details of what's going on, having children in public schools, this is an issue. And my son did go to the principal about this, and they said it's something that they're having a hard time implementing sometimes, and would have to be done at a district level. So if we could definitely look into that as well, because that is a problem. And also, Moms for Liberty, we moved to approve 10B, the Code of Conduct. There are some people in this room today that were on the Code of Conduct committee that wanted to take out the parental rights and the parental rights law implementation in the Code of Conduct. So again, we would like to move this item. Thank you.
Okay, Thomas Kenny. On deck is Wanda Scott.
Good evening. Just want to first say thank you to our military, and particularly to our students who have military parents. That's got to be hard when a parent is away for 6 months to a year, 18 months. I have a friend who has 3 kids and is currently serving overseas, and he was a reservist called up, and he doesn't know when he's returning. They said to a year, it could be 18 months. So it's a difficult thing for any military family, and it's just another part of the reality that they face every day. And so I just want to say hats off to them and bless them. I also want to say that I'm very happy with what the governor did in appointing Mr. McDonald. And I say it from a different perspective. When the decision to resign by Mr. Barefoot was done, that was implemented immediately, and the school system said, well, we're going to wait on what the governor says, and they did, and it was wonderful, because that's how it works constitutionally. And so real decisions have real consequences, and they should never be taken lightly and without diligence. And I see a board up here that tries to do that here every day, and I'm just very thankful that the governor did his diligence in interviewing all candidates that were readily available and wanting to serve, and made a choice. And so Congratulations, Mr. McDonald. Welcome to the board. Other than that, I've been a little under the weather, so I'm just going to yield back the rest of my time, and thank you.
Okay, Wanda Scott and Edward Holmes is on deck.
Good evening. I'm Wanda Scott. I'm a graduate of Vero Beach High School, and I'm also a retired U.S. Navy, 23 years retired, and returned back to Indian River County 28 years ago. Can you hear me? I'm here today because of the executive order President Biden and also President Trump. And how is that impacting me or impacting my community? Quite a bit. So I just wanted to bring some clarity. And when the young people stood up and they brought the flag and they cited the Pledge of Allegiance, and it brought me back to the oath that I took for this nation, this country, and this community. So why is that important? Because if the executive order, which was signed by President Trump, 13958 of November 2nd, 2020, and then we also have another executive order, 13985 of January 20, 2021, by our current president. And some of the things that are going on in this community at the school district level concerns me. And I just kind of want to just briefly go over this. I'm returning back to this. I talked about this a couple of months ago. Does it matter? Does it matter? So currently, well, the executive order for 13958 that was signed November 2nd, 2020, that was signed by President Trump, the former president, and I can go through that, but I'm going to focus on President Joe Biden because he is our current president, and I'm from the school of following orders and following procedures and laws. So the purpose of the American founding envisioned a political order in harmony with the design of the law of nature and of nature God. I'm out of time? Wow. Well, I was going to go through all of that.
You're welcome to come back again next month.
Okay.
Thank you.
Or email.
Yes, you can email us as well. All right. Edward Holmes is our next speaker. Anthony Stewart is our last speaker, and it will be on deck.
To fully understand the path of the desegregation order that the county school board has taken, you would have to be familiar with the 1994 desegregation federal court order and the 2018 joint plan. To fully understand the role of the 2018 joint plan, one would need to access the timeline of three very important documents: the desegregation document, school board attorney contracts, school board invoices with attorney Hush Blackwell. With the information that we have, the original event began November 23rd, 1964, when the desegregation petition was filed with attorney Earl Johnson of the NAACP. 30 years later, nothing had been achieved, so there was a revised order in May 26 of 1994. Bill Marine was chairman of the school board. Victor Hart was president of the NAACP at that time. The revised order approval plan was signed by Judge Clyde Atkins. In 1998, the petition for right to intervene was given by Morris Parker. Also, teacher recruitment was mentioned. In 1998, there was an order denying intervention in said case. In 2015, Hush Blackwell was hired by the school board at $540 per hour. A year later, there was a motion to reopen the case without attorney representation by the plaintiff. Then in 2016, there was a school board entry in October by Hush Blackwell a year after they had been hired by the school board. And nothing, it has taken 60 years, and we're still trying to comply with the desegregation order. 60 years, and it's not done. And all the accolades that have been achieved by the school board, which are great and in its proper place, but this desegregation order should have been complied with way before 60 years have passed. The plaintiff president reopens a case, took nearly 2 years to obtain legal counsel. Decisions made during this period has had a detrimental impact on student, faculty performance, and relationship for this county. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. If you have more, you can email us. Anthony Stewart is our last speaker.
Yeah, my name is Anthony Stewart, and I, too, am a graduate of Gifford High School. 1967, right here in Indian River County, a segregated high school at that time. And I also served the military. I was a member of the 101st Airborne Division in Vietnam and 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And I am livid because of the fact that I know that there are 17.7% black students that enroll in this county. And when I come to these kind of meetings and I look at our school board and I look at all the people in these high chairs, I only see one black person sitting here. And yet you still have not passed the 60-year-old deseg order. And I gave you all copies of this desegregation order. And on page 6, it talked about how Gifford could have profited, the black people here could have prospered had we put a magnet school in that area. Way back in '94, Judge Atkins suggested that we put a magnet school there. Now we are talking about magnet schools, and I see names like Jennifer Pippin at the end of some of the articles. And one of the schools, I think that they talked about Ashley River Classical Academy out of South Carolina, a school which Moms for Liberty active starting taxpayer-funded charter school. I hope to God that we not having Moms for Liberty to start no school here in Indian River County. I was told that we have 4 Moms for Liberty on this school board. I believe every bit of it. And I don't think that that is fair. We should not have to pay for a public school system for you to implement private school tactics. It's time for something to be done for some of the people who deserve it to be done here. Those 2 orders that Ms. Wonder read, there's something going to be done with this if you are using federal funding and you are implementing private type tactics. This county gonna pay, and I can assure you of that. I hope to God that we're not using that 1776 curricula that you all was talking about when I came to a meeting one time, to one of those superintendent book meetings? Because there's going to be something done with that one.
All right, thank you, sir.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir, do you want to speak?
Yeah, God bless America, because anyone can come to the microphone and say anything they want, but I'm obligated to tell the truth. I would encourage everyone to watch the February board workshop for February 12th regarding the possible opportunity to have a classical school. We just finished surveying the community, whether to determine if it is in fact a desire from our community. Having looked at that data, the survey just closed. In that workshop, you'll see we will comply with every state board of education rule, every policy. It will not be a Christian-based school. It will be a classical school. And we continue to tell the truth that there are variations of the model, but from a public school setting. And the majority of the schools that have created as classical schools are charter schools, and they follow the same rules and regulations that a public school funds. So we would create the curriculum in partnership and ensure that we are doing everything in our power to provide academic opportunities for all students. All means all when you're providing opportunities for all. And that's the obligation and expectation a superintendent should have. And make no mistakes about it. If public education does not change, public education will die. We have to be nimble enough. We have to be able to look at the demands of our community and not act like the taxi cab companies that all went to the wayside. Choice is designed in order to ensure public school systems are responsive to its customers by creating competition. Competition is a good thing. Competition makes everybody better. And every single school in Indian River County, whether it is a private school, a charter school, or a public school, should be fighting for the right to educate our community's children. And Indian River County wants to be the answer most of the time. So we will continue to engage in the conversation about looking at schools in our community and making recommendations to our school board on how to fill those particular, all of those schools up. Information will be coming back to the board in the coming months. We're still in the very, very initial stages, but I just want to make sure the narrative that we are going to violate state law or create a Christian school is not appropriate when you look at what this board, what this cabinet has put out the information regarding what our desire is. Hold on one second. Hold on. Desegregation order. We are very, this board is completely immersed and understands the reality of where we are and will continue to do the work necessary to obtain unitary status. And I agree. This board over the last, this staff, these principals, these teachers have done monumental work in complying with a 2018 joint plan and will continue to set the example on what it takes to have one unified school system in Indian River County. So those would be my remarks, ma'am.
Any other board members? Dr. Jones?
Dr. Moore, did you want to say anything about Sebastian River High School in that 10 days? You were going to talk about.
Yeah, so Mr. Seymour has already had one conversation regarding that. The truth of the reality is there's a 10-day count. But I assure you, as Mr. Seymour always does, and Ms. Christofoli, will be able to meet every single need or concern that was addressed by that individual. Once you give it to Mr. Seymour, you can rest assured it's going to be done.
Okay. Yes, Mr. McDonald, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. On the topic of classical education, there is perhaps some confusion, intentional or unintentional, hopefully unintentional, but a classical curriculum, classical form of education does not tie to any particular worldview, be it Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu. Public schools do not take a religious point of view in their instructional curriculum. The classical education is not much different than, for those of you who are real old like me, how I grew up. It's a couple thousand years old. It's a tried and true method that tends to excel and produce better results for the students who go through it. It is a choice. I commend Dr. Moore for offering choice and recognizing the desire for each of you to have a choice, particularly if you have children, choice for where your children go to school and how they're going to be educated in whatever way you think best fits that particular student's needs. So that choice, if the classical curriculum becomes one of those choices, will be just one to choose. Hopefully there aren't people here who resent others for the choice they decide to make. If you don't believe in a classical education, please do not choose to have your children sent to that classical education. However, the fact that some Christian organizations choose that curriculum for their school does not necessarily make classical and Christian a tied entity. So a public school classical format is perfectly achievable and perfectly acceptable. And of course, to be in keeping with state law, it will not have any one particular religious or other kind of worldview driving it. And I know that Dr. Shafty has done a great deal of work and is quite educated in the topic. And the end result that we come up with, I'm sure, will be an exceptional school that many of the students, like our other magnet schools, I'm guessing you'll get 2 applicants for every seat that's available. So I'm sure it'll be popular for some that want to choose it. For the rest who do not choose it, don't be bitter about those who do. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Rosario?
Yes, well said, Mr. McDonald. And with that, we actually welcomed you to our board at our last workshop, but welcome to your official first business meeting. So thank you for being here, and well said. On the classical, I was going to just add to the classical something very specific that was brought up about Hillsdale. That was the specific question. Hillsdale curriculum has 2 paths. There's one that's a faith-based, and there's one specific for public schools that is not faith-based. And so in that particular case, we have yet to hear what the superintendent is going to recommend to the board. If it is indeed classical, could be something else that he might recommend. But if it is, I'm sure that it won't be the faith-based one. And that there won't be an establishment of religion or a coercion of such. The other thing that I was going to comment on was a comment, I believe, by Pastor Vacchiano, Reverend Vacchiano, who mentioned something about the Bible as history. I think it was you, sir, I'm not sure. And that, that there should be or would be or could be use of the Bible for study purposes. And I will share that there is a statute, a Florida statute, that does allow school board and school districts, public schools, to use the Bible as a historical text. And that is statute 1003.45. So there is provision for that if school boards choose and they go in that direction. The other thing that I was going to just kind of reiterate to Dr. Moore, of course, and his staff to follow up on are the bus issues, the bus driver issue and the fear of coming forward. So, sir, I'm just going to leave that on your lap, and I'm trusting that you'll take care of that. A comment about veterans, Dr. Moore is already, and staff are already going to address your concerns, sir. But I will say that I do love the idea of having a veteran parking. How perfect to even suggest that. I know that you were shaking your head when he mentioned it. Love the idea, I really do. It seems so little, but the gesture is a lot. So we don't have board members parking anywhere, but if we did, I would say give up my parking and just change the name. So if that is at all possible, sir, let's go ahead and add a few more spaces, please. That would be awesome. And that's not official action, but I think you could do that on your own. There was some, I think it was you also, sir, who mentioned Florida Virtual. It just jogged a thought that I just throw out there. Martin County, I believe, with Florida Virtual, Martin County is either in the process, school district is either in the process of considering, or they've already voted on, I'm not sure which, I'm sure you'll follow up, of investing in franchising with Florida Virtual, which was something interesting because I didn't even know that that could be done. But so they're considering it. I guess they're weighing their pros and cons about it. But the benefit is, or something that I read is that it would be extremely beneficial to their own teachers, because if it's their franchise, then their teachers become the teachers of the Florida Virtual. So I just thought I'd throw that out there to you and possibly Ms. Besura to kind of just look into it for just to see. Okay, and then the other thing is, just to piggyback off of that idea, the comment about providing alternatives or flexibility for military children. Of course, again, it couldn't be at a more perfect evening to also look into what the options are, and if you can report that, present that to the board at a future meeting, or the next meeting, or whenever you can, just, that would be awesome if you can let us know about that. The last thing that I wanted to mention was the 5-year plan. I'm going to actually go back to your presentation, Dr. Moore. You know, when you joined, we ventured on a 5-year plan, and at the time, districts, for the most part, almost all had like 1-year plans. Like, this is our strategic plan for 1 year, maybe 2 years, I think a couple of districts had. And I've heard over the years, some people comment on 5 years being too long to have a district plan. But you see how quick the time has gone by already. And so for us to already be planning for the 5th year to come, soon to come, is really extraordinary. So and the way that our plan is worked out, it does actually change, or at least the goals, the targeted goals, change annually, but the plan remains the same, which actually creates stability in where we are going next year and the year after. So I do appreciate that. I'm glad we have a 5-year plan, and I look forward to the recommendations for future years. Dr. Praska, you want to say something?
So there was some discussion about kids at, I think, Sebastian River High School not standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, and as well as the gentleman who was trying to enroll their son, who's in a military family, starting at maybe an atypical time and really being unable to be accommodated at Sebastian River High School. And I couldn't help but remember something from May of last year, while we were enjoying a really beautiful graduation ceremony. During the Pledge of Allegiance, I couldn't help but look out over the audience of students and teachers, where the students obviously look much different than the teachers. The teachers stand out. And what I saw was deeply disturbing, and it was that the majority of teachers did not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, did not put their hands over their chest, did not participate in it. And to me, that's a really big sign that there's a nexus of people at that school who disrespect the military, disrespect the Constitution, and ultimately, as a parent, I would feel like I cannot trust them alone with my students. That sort of behavior is a sign, a big red flag, that there's an underlying problem in that school. For the majority of teachers to behave that way openly in front of everyone, it's a sign that there's a dereliction of leadership at Sebastian River High School. And I think every parent's concerned about leaving their children with other people. We like to think that most people are good, When you see the majority of the teachers and people who are supposed to be the leaders in a community unable to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, it tells me there's a big problem at that place. So I think maybe we should look more into Sebastian River High School and the staff there.
I think everybody's kind of addressed all the concerns. I'd just like to say thank you for coming and speaking your mind. You know, this is America. Everybody deserves to be able to have free speech and speak to what their truth is. We appreciate that. And I didn't get to thank all of the people that came and spoke and said that they have given some of their time in their life to military service. So I'd like to say thank you to all of you that also gave time for military service. I haven't spoken. Dr. Jones, go ahead. I wasn't done, but that's okay. Go ahead.
I thought you said you were the last one. No, you keep going, hon. Keep going. All right. Thought you forgot me. Thank you to all who came tonight. I really appreciate it. It really did bother me when I heard some students were not standing for the pledge. The policy that went into effect in 2013, that was a year before I left, I will tell you, every student stood when I was there at Sebastian River High School as principal. Because we didn't have this policy, the policy now says, however, no student shall be compelled or required to participate in the recitation of the pledge. Additionally, the board prohibits the intimidation of any student by other students or staff for the purpose of coercing participation. And it kind of goes on like that. So I don't know if that kind of got around or not, but somehow we've got to get that back. I believe that people should stand for the pledge. But again, our policy says shall not be required to participate. I wasn't here when the board put that in. All right, thank you to all who spoke on the DSAG order, because you are absolutely correct. You must understand the history. I understand the history. You must understand it from the very beginning with Denise Sharpton versus Indian River County School Board to where we are with the joint plan in 2018. We all want the same thing. We all want success for all students. We want to make sure that we continue it, and we do have that in policies, that we will continue to look at that. Everyone in this room, NAACP, board members, we all want the same success. As far as Sebastian River High School, I was at that graduation. I'd have to look at the video again, but I do not think they're lacking in leadership. And I think that every teacher that you go into and talk to, they are there for kids. If they're not standing for the pledge for some reason, as a principal, I would talk to that teacher, but they're not lacking in leadership.
Okay, thank you. I was going to speak to that as well, but I think we all have, can I finish? Okay. I'm gonna say perhaps maybe there was a audio problem. I know at graduation sometimes it's hard to hear everything, so I'm hoping
All the students were standing.
I'm gonna give
all the students were standing. Everyone knows there's a pledge going on,
can
and
I
the
finish
teachers were
speaking?
sitting.
Can I
It's pretty
finish?
clear what happened.
I'm going to finish speaking now. So I'm going to give some people benefit of the doubt that they couldn't hear and that they were joyous in the fact that we were at a celebration, but I don't know. And again, you can go back and look at the film and see that. I would hope as a board member, though, when you see something like that, you don't wait until months later to bring it up. You bring it right to the superintendent immediately, and you say, I saw this, I'm bothered by it, and we need to take care of it. That's our job. And so if there's something, somebody comes to us or we witness it ourselves, that's a problem, he's the first person I call. And so I was out of town, I was out of the country actually, and called him from where I was about a couple of concerns that I had heard and saw on social media while I was in another country. So it's something that I definitely take care of right away when I see something like that. And I'd like to say welcome to Mr. McDonald to the board. So, because I didn't get a chance to say that because I wasn't here at the workshop.
I'd like to just respond to that.
Go ahead.
Are you implying that you did not see what I saw? Because you said if you were to see a problem, you would respond to it right away. Did you somehow miss that almost all the teachers were sitting at the last graduation and all the students were standing, for the most part, with their hands over their heart? Did you miss that and not report it?
Yes, because I look at the flag when I pledge allegiance. I don't look at the audience, I look at the flag.
It's a great excuse.
So you're right, I didn't see it. Well, we're not going to get any farther into this. This is actually responding to citizen input, and now we're getting into board members bickering, and I just think that's
I was actually just
inappropriate.
going to say this is one of my items for discussion, so it would be, we can
Let's hold off
continue the
until
discussion then.
Yeah. All right, at this time, we're going to go to our consent agenda. I'm going to ask for approval of our consent agenda as amended. Can I get a motion, please?
I move approval.
Dr.
Second.
Jones? A second, Mr. McDonald? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes 5-0. All right, we had some items pulled from the consent, but they were not brought to action, correct, Dr. Moore?
They were pulled from the agenda, not.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure that they weren't an action item. Okay, we are to action item 10A. We do not have a speaker for that, so I'll read the item. This is a public hearing for adoption of the Neola policies, volume 24, number 2, for the business meeting agenda for today. On February 26, 2024, the school board voted to hold a public hearing to adopt the attached new policies and revisions to the district school board policies and bylaws. The purpose of the revisions is to be consistent with present practice and legislation. The policy change process was followed in accordance with Florida statutes under Florida Administration Procedures Act, Chapter 120, Rulemaking, and School Board Bylaw 0131. This item deals with adoption of Neola policies, update, volume 24, number 2, as well as several staff edits to policies. Dr. Moore, have you documented that this public hearing was properly advertised in accordance with state statutes?
Yes.
We now recess this meeting to conduct the public hearing as advertised. The public hearing is now in session. Dr. Moore, are there any written responses to the advertised public hearing to be read at this time?
Not at this time.
The public is invited to address this issue at this time. Is there any individual representing an organization or on his own or her own personal or public interest who wishes to speak? The announced public hearing on the adoption of Neola policies update, volume 24, number 2, as well as several staff edits to policies have been conducted pursuant to notice, and ample opportunity to address this issue has been provided to all. The board meeting is reconvened at this time. I'd like to call for a motion.
Make a motion?
Dr. Jones, any second?
I'll second.
Ms. Rosario? Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed to the public hearing for adoption? Okay, it passes 5-0. Action agenda item 10B. We do have a speaker. At this time, I'd like to call Frank Tinkle to the podium. He withdrew. Okay. All right. This is the public hearing for adoption of revisions to the Code of Conduct, Student Conduct Handbook, effective for 2024-2025 school year. Code of Conduct Student Handbook was developed in compliance with School Board Policy 5500, Student Conduct under Chapter 120 FS at the February 26, 2024 business meeting. The District School Board adopted the public hearing date. This item deals with adoption of revisions to the Code of Student Conduct Handbook effective for the 24-25 school year. Dr. Moore, have you documented that this public hearing was properly advertised and in accordance with state statutes?
Yes.
We now recess this meeting to conduct the public hearing as advertised. The public hearing is now in session. Dr. Moore, are there any written responses to the advertised public hearing to be read at this time?
Not at this time.
The public is now invited to address this issue at this time. Is there an individual representing an organization or his or her own personal interest or public interest who wishes to speak? The announced public hearing on the adoption of revisions to the Code of Student Conduct Handbook effective for 24-25 school year has been conducted pursuant to notice, and ample opportunity to address this issue has been provided to all. The board meeting is now reconvened at this time. I'd like to call for a motion.
So move.
Second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Just a comment. I'm glad that at our last meeting, we were able to add that student identification cards must be worn on their person and visible during the instructional day, and that includes on buses. essentially at all times. So I'm glad that we were able to incorporate that in time to approve this today.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes 5-0. Okay, we are to action item C. We do have a speaker. Thomas Kenny, please come to the podium.
Hi, this is in regards to the Joint Equity Work Group. I don't know how it was labeled in the agenda because it got changed, but I nominate, well, I don't nominate anyone because I'm just a citizen. Sorry about that. I'm taking sinus medicine. I just want to say that I agree with the gentleman earlier who spoke. This has been a 60-year process. Actually, the school system and the NAACP have probably been engaged in it about 40% of that 60 years. There was a 30-year lag. Actually, it was about 25 years because by 69 they had updated the deseg order, and then nothing was put in place. And in 91, Victor Hart, the NAACP, and certain people that got with the school system, they said, let's revisit this. They actually changed the definition of desegregation under the guise of multiculturalism. And so it wasn't necessarily about this school has too many of this color and this school has too many of that color, which the 67 was. Desegregation went both directions. You had to put black students and teachers in white schools and white students and teachers in black schools. That's to desegregate. It started to be about disparities. And the spirit of desegregation was put aside. And so in 94, the joint equity, not the joint equity plan, but the 94 plan came about. And then again, there was no follow through. This school system and the NAACP didn't know that Judge Clyde Atkins died in 1999. Think about that. This school system and the NAACP, the plaintiff didn't know that the federal courts were actually shut it down until that 2016, 15, 16 date, when they said, hey, we better look into this. Let's see if we can figure out if we're even in unitary status. And so now there's just been this talk about disparities and all this different stuff, and I watch these joint equity work groups, and nothing's getting done. There's been policy that's been tried to be pushed through, like courageous conversations, because, quote, we're under a deseg order, maybe if we do this, the judge will look on it with favor. And a lot of this stuff is just ridiculous. We had to get rid of the racial equity policy because it was against the law, but that was as a result of the deseg order negotiating with the NAACP locally. So we need someone, and I would say Ms. Rosario should be that one, to be on this, who just pushes through and helps with the unitary status
thank you,
that
sir.
the superintendent claims we have.
All right. This action item is listed as appointment of a board member as board representative for SDIRC and NAACP work group. At the March 18, 2024 Superintendent's Workshop, it was discussed that the board designee for this work group had previously not been selected by consensus. At that time, the board agreed to revisit this appointment and vote to select a member as a board representative for SDIRC and NAACP work group. This individual will remain on the work group until the next reorganization meeting to be held on November 19, 2024. Would someone like to nominate a representative?
I'll be interested.
I would like to make a nomination. I think I would like a board member who's extremely experienced and has shown the interest in these issues and has, over the last, I think, 5 years with being a part of a board majority, was forced to be unable to participate in almost any of these committees, whether it be the legislative position, this position, or any of the others, pretty much prevented from participating in the school board activities. I would like to nominate Jackie Rosario.
Okay. Any others? I would like to nominate, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Does that require a second?
No, not, this is, what we do in November is anybody that wants to serve on one of the different committees or things like that, we put our names out there or somebody nominates, and then we vote on it.
Okay.
So you can vote, you can nominate as many people as you want.
Oh, we have to change them before November, though.
No, I was explaining to him how we did it in November.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So I'd like to nominate Dr. Jones only because she has been very involved in this since the beginning. She really understands the Gifford community and the struggles that we've gone through for this whole DSEG order. And I think upsetting the apple cart at this point, when we've made so much progress, might be detrimental to finishing and going over the goal line. Anyone else? At this time, then I'll call for a vote. Those of you that would like Ms. Rosario, say aye.
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 That's 3.
No.
Those of you that would like Ms. Jones, Dr. Jones, aye.
Aye.
Okay, 3-2, Ms. Rosario is our representative.
Thank you.
Moving on to action item D, approval of bylaws and articles of incorporation, DSO, Indian River Education Fund. The bylaws and articles of incorporation to establish a new direct support organization, the Indian River Education Fund, are presented for approval by the school board. Dr. Moore, would you like to present this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is a item that we initially previewed with the school board, I want to say in February, is that correct, Janet? Or March. During that meeting, there was some feedback based on the board discussion. Ms. Knupp and school board attorney had the opportunity to consider each of those changes and bring back the item that's before you now. This is a long-anticipated item that we have been working very, very diligently on. So what's before you has been reviewed by legal counsel and considered your feedback and stands before you for approval.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, board members, could I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, thank you. Second?
I second it.
Okay. Dr. Jones? Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I have some questions and some items that I'll bring up here tonight. If we could, after I do all of this, if any of these are items that we can just very easily just change or add, I'd be happy to support this item tonight pending, the amendments moving, the changes moving forward. Otherwise, if it's too much, then I would just ask that we just bring this back to us. So I'll just get started with a question.
The item now belongs to the board?
To the board.
Yes.
So the first thing that I wanted to ask is, why was the name changed? That was not provided. So when it first came to us, the name was SDIRC Education Foundation, and now it just says the Indian River Education Fund. How come it doesn't say the Indian River School District Education Fund?
For the chair, we did focus groups throughout the community, including with school board members. There has been similar organizations with a name that was similar, and we thought that this name, by consensus, just helped us to differentiate what this is. It's the first time that the school board has a fundraising entity for you. So we were trying to distinguish it because there are other organizations that had similar names.
I would imagine there would be other organizations that have Indian River, but no one would have school district in it. We would be the only ones that would have school district. So if we are the only school district in our area, I would just suggest that we have the Indian River School District Education Fund. So it is not confused with a community fund. It is the school district's foundation specific.
For the chair, It's a long name for marketing purposes and for branding,
Well,
but if we wanted
before
to.
it was SDIRC.
That was before we had focus group, for the chair.
So I just think it's important to note that now that the item belongs to the board, if that's the consensus of the board, that's the way the item goes. Ms. Knutt provided her responses to the rationale for the thoughtfulness to make a cleaner name that allowed us to function as an independent organization that is new and established. So it's just the preference of the board.
Board members, what do you think? Do you want school district in there, or do you want to leave it the way that it is? Do you want to speak, Dr. Pascal?
What was the findings of this focus group, I guess? I understand what you're saying. Marketing is the simpler, easier name. I mean, I kind of think that SDIRC Education Fund is as easy to do, but I don't know. What was the...
For the chair, we had focus groups with local community members, philanthropic leaders, school board members, principals, as well as people across the state. And across the state, when we try to do interesting things with leveraging dollars as well as getting dollars here to Indian River County, having it a simpler name seemed to be amenable for marketing purposes, versus SDIRC is well known to us, but may not actually, those initials aren't necessarily river. We're Indian River if we are the only education fund, and we are the only one because by statute, we are the one for the school board. I think people recommended that it was just cleaner.
I don't feel strongly it needs to be changed. I would say if you think it's going to market better like this, it has no effect on the actual organization structure. So I don't think it matters.
Is that thunder or what's going on?
It's gone.
It
Anyone
keeps
else have
coming
something?
back.
Maybe it was my stomach, I don't know.
Anybody else want to weigh in on the name?
Just a question, Ms. Rosario, do you see a significant impact to that?
I mean,
Need for that change?
it is the first time that we're doing this. I just want us to get it right. If it is the fund of the school district, I'd like it to, I would. It's not something that I'm going to, I'm not going to die on this hill, but if it is our fund, I would just like it to represent us. And the first thing that people see is school district. So if you are a donor, I imagine if you're only seeing the Indian River Education Fund, you're probably thinking that this is a county fund like maybe the CSAC, or maybe some other fund. Whereas if it is school district education fund, they know it's going directly to the school district. The name is the first thing that you see. And so that's where I was coming from.
So for the purposes of clarification, I have a question direct to you.
Sure.
Will the funding go to only school district schools?
For the chair, per the DSO statute, the dollars will be raised for schools, public pre-kindergarten through 12th grade. We had changed some of the language to make sure it was clear that it would go to public charter schools as well. That is by the DSO statute, Florida statute, not because of any whim that we might have had.
So it goes to charter schools as well, which they're technically not under the school district.
Yes, they are.
We do not control the charter schools.
No, but they are still within our district. They get funding through us. We are still an entity above the charter schools, even though we don't govern their day-to-day activities.
Would any of these funds go to charter schools?
For the chair, the Section 1 purpose, which has not changed, the only thing we added from our first workshops on this was the word pre-kindergarten, but it explicitly says to make expenditures to or for the benefit of public and charter pre-kindergarten through 12th grade education in Indian River County, consistent with section 1001.453 Florida statutes.
Dr. Moore? I'm sorry, Ms. Barrymore.
Go ahead.
Talking about the name again, and obviously it goes to public and charter pre-K through 12th grade. When we look at our policy or bylaw, I think it's 118, it talks about we're responsible for the district schools, and that's a capital D. So when we talk about district, are those just our schools? Because that's in a bylaw. And yes, I know it's for charter and pre-K, but I just want to be straight on that.
Through the chair, yes, and the attorney verified.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry if I missed this question. So, Ms. Knupp, when they are saying that these funds go to a certain school, whatever it may be, does that then come to the board for final approval?
Yes. For the chair, this fund exists for the school board to help make investments that are in direct alignment with strategic priorities.
Right, okay.
And so the school board has an opportunity to approve the slate of board members for the DSO, and it's deliberately set up by Florida statute where there's considerable oversight because we are a component unit of the school district.
Thank you. I think that's strongly stated in the mission, so that was well done. Thank you.
Anyone
Okay.
else? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Rosario.
No, I was just going to say if there doesn't, I mean, I'm just looking for direction on that, on the title, so I can move on.
You know, I technically don't care if it's one or the other. The only thing I worry about is, like you said, marketing. It goes off the tongue a lot faster if you say Indian River Education Fund. And, you know, of course, you can come up with all kinds of little acronyms for that. I think that's the only thing that I would say is a marketing issue.
Okay, so I'll move on to the next question that I have. In the previous version, we had adult education in there. I'm still in purpose. And in this new version, you removed adult education. Going back to the notes from the last meeting, adult education was not a concern, only the community education programs that was removed. Why was adult education removed? Because we have Treasure Coast Technical College, and I wouldn't want to leave them out of any possible fundraising opportunities.
For the chair, I had in my notes that the school board wanted to delete adult career and community education programs, so if I did that in error, but I had it from my notes, and then when I briefed school board members again on these bylaws, it hadn't been in there, so I didn't catch any.
I would tend to agree that we want to include the adult education program, which is TC
Yeah.
technical.
Yeah.
Okay, good point. Anything else?
So there's that, I know you know the language, but there's the language here in the bylaws, and then the same language in the articles.
Correct.
Okay, good. So thank you for that. And by the way, thank you for making all of the changes, because I know that the last meeting, it was, you know, a long time with the comments and the questions, but they were worth it. I'm glad that we had that opportunity, and I'm so grateful for you to make those changes. So right now, it's just about kind of changing things, or just looking at some small things. Okay, section 3 under mission, the last sentence reads, well, I'm just read in part, and by providing recognition and rewards for outstanding contribution to and performance within. Is that to and supposed to be there both?
For the chair, and I will defer to council, but I believe that was pulled, language was pulled from the statute.
I actually didn't write that. I think that was from cabinet staff, but I think it, from a sentence structure standpoint, works because what you're saying is two different things. You're rewarding outstanding contribution to the public school system. That's one part of it. And you're rewarding performance within the public school system. If you want to make it clearer, I guess you could put commas around and performance within. But I do think it is certainly, it does work, and I do think if you put the commas, it's a little clearer.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. All right, section 4, in section 4 under powers, part of that repeats. So section 4 under powers is repeated, the same information as what is also in the purpose. Is that supposed to be repeated?
Again, I believe that was cabinet language.
Because it, I mean, literally says the same thing that's in the purpose. And if it's the same thing, then maybe we can just do away with it.
For the chair, if there's extra notations about a statute, I'm glad to take it out.
Yeah, I think it can be either way. I mean, you can treat it as a belt and suspenders because it states the powers, but I think the reality is it probably is sufficient to actually, what I would suggest is perhaps amend section 1 to say purpose and powers. So that it's clear and just eliminate 4. And the reason I'm saying that is because section 4 is a little bit different in context in the sense that we're saying that it has the statutory authority to do this, not just the purpose. But frankly, I think that the language in 1 captures that sufficiently. And so I think if you say section 1 purpose and powers and delete 4, it streamlines it certainly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you for that. And then okay, so now I'm in Board of Directors, section 2. There are 2 parts to this section. The first part is also repeated in the second half of that paragraph. So it's just, again, just if we can, I don't know why it's repeated in the same, so let me read. The fund's number of directors, the fund board shall not be fewer than 3 or more than 15 regular members, each of whom must be a resident of the state of Florida, which may be changed from time to time by amendment of these bylaws in the manner herein provided. The initial fund board shall consist of 3 persons selected at the organizational meeting of the fund and approved by the school board. This part here, I think it's the next part. Therefore, the fund board shall consist of no more than 15 persons. Like, it's just repeating that same thing about no more than 15 persons. The number of directors may not be changed from time to time by amendment of the bylaws. And so the rest of that is just seems to be repeated from the first part.
And this was...
Wondering.
No, and this was the product of discussion among Cabinet and Ms. Knupp and me. I think the key is that it states that sentence that before the semicolon that says the initial fund board shall consist of 3 persons selected at the organizational meeting of the fund and approved by the school board. We could stop with the period there, because I think that is an extremely significant statutory requirement that that you all must approve the original organizational documents, the articles and bylaws, and you have a continuing obligation to approve the members of that governing board. So I think if you delete everything after the semicolon, that does get rid of redundancy. But I
Okay.
think that first portion is significant.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. The next question is, page 3, at least my page 3. Ex officio. And so I know we didn't talk about this at our last meeting, and as I was reading this, what is the definition of ex officio? Because I think, and let me just preference before you respond to that. What is required as these ex officios A, B, and C members, I think depending on the definition, my question is, do those ex officio members, are those included in the 15 members of the board, or are they 15 members plus the ex officio? So what is the definition, sir?
It is not to be included. The point of the ex officio is that you are, or the DSO, and you have what is called a Category 1 supporting and supported organization relationship. It is subordinate to you all. As Ms. Knupp aptly stated, it is a component part of the district. Therefore, what the ex officio members are there for, the first two, the superintendent and the member of the board, are there to essentially monitor and to ensure that that relationship remains true to that purpose. The third is a pretty typical thing because the executive director or CEO, whoever would be the chief executive officer of a nonprofit, has institutional memory and knowledge. And a lot of board members, again, are going to rotate in and out. And so the executive director, not having a voting position, but having a position to make sure that she, at this point, is at the table, is a good policy, lowercase p, policy decision. But no, these three members are not part of the 15. The first two are in furtherance of that subordinate position of the DSO, and the third is just to make sure that you have institutional knowledge. And frankly, the first two are there to further the mission and purpose as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarity. All right. The next question that I have is regarding quorum. So it really includes section 6, section 7, and section 11. So voting privileges, as long as there is a physical quorum that is present at the meeting. So if there are 15 members, the quorum would be 8.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then, the meeting authority, sorry, let me come down to section 11, under quorum. It says, a majority of the current membership of the fund board physically present shall constitute a quorum. So is it always going to be the quorum of the 15, or is it, as it says here, quorum of those present? So if you have 6 present, then their quorum will be different. So I think we need to just clarify, is it always quorum of the 15 or of those present?
Again, it's the same sunshine issue that you all have. The majority needs to be that you actually have and I'm happy to tweak the language as you all see fit, but the intent is that, as with you all, there must be a quorum physically present then someone else may attend remotely and can vote under Florida statutes, because again, they are essentially a board subject to 286, and as you aptly requested, we pointed that out a couple of times in the bylaws. So the intent is that it's not those that are physically present. It must be, I think perhaps we say a majority of the current membership of the fund board must be physically present in order to constitute a quorum for the transaction of business.
So that would mean 8. So
That would
whenever
mean if
there
you
is,
have 15-8, if it's 3, it's 2. But I think by saying must be physically present, period, that majority shall constitute a quorum.
I'm okay with that. To me, it just sounds like two different things.
It's ambiguous. I grant you that.
Thank you.
Huh?
I thought it was just me.
Sometimes I'm wrong.
Awesome.
Follow up with Ms. Rosario.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So how many board members are we going to have? I remember you told me this one time.
It's up to 15. It's on the thing.
I know, but how many board members are we going to start with?
For the chair, the bylaws were written so that the organization could start with 3.
Okay, that's what okay.
Anything else, Ms. Rosario?
Yes. Well, it actually says can be anywhere from 3. It doesn't say start with 3, but it says anywhere at a minimum 3 and a maximum 15.
No, I think it does say 3 at the beginning,
Yeah.
because
Shall have no fewer than 3. The fund's number of directors shall not be fewer than 3 or more than 15. Section 2.
Section 2, though, says the initial fund board shall consist of
that?
3 persons.
Oh, a different, okay,
That's Article 5, Section 2.
got it. Okay, I was in a different article.
No, it's okay. I mean, unfortunately.
Oh, the initial, I see it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, good. So glad for that clarity. All right, so I'm glad that we're going to change the quorum, whatever that is, to the majority of those present. If I
Yeah.
got that correctly. At what point, and I think the answer to this is going to be, and this I think I asked last time, so I for the most part, I'm asking again for my recollection, because I don't remember. Director compensation. This is section 12, still on page 3. No director shall receive directly or indirectly any compensation for his or her service as director. The fund board may authorize reimbursements of reasonable expenses incurred by directors in the performance of their duties. And so, my question there is, who determines what is a reasonable expense and what is not? Like, it doesn't necessarily say up to $100 or, up to $200 per quarter, not to exceed a specific amount. And so who determines that? I'm guessing the answer is when you all convene, there will be policy, practices or,
I can tell you it's the fund board. I know Ms. Knupp was analyzing that in some detail.
For the chair of the fund board, a lot of these things are, in my experience, best handled in policies. And so this language is very, very much consistent with intent, and then it was given to council for legal sufficiency for how it was written. But we will, going forward, a board would create policies. They might create additional conflict of interest policy. They might create a host of different policies like other boards do.
the fund board?
Correct.
The fund board creates those policies? Yeah, okay, just so I know the difference.
Yes, ma'am. The statute reads that you all must approve the formation, which means the articles and bylaws. Just so you know, one of the things that I've anticipated, and Ms. Knupp and I have reviewed this at length and with the cabinet, is the statute provides for the approval of these particular two documents, and then you have, as I said, the continuing review by virtue of appointment of the board members. We also have added what is called a reviewed set of books for the DSO for any year fiscal year in which they make more than 100 and less than 250, because what we have now is only an audit review, and that only when there's 250. And we thought, let's have a tier more. And there's one more thing that is not before you yet, but I expect would be, and Ms. Knupp and I were discussing this. So there, just so you understand the depth, there are a number of DSOs that have an agreement between the parent board, you all, and the DSO board. Some of them have it actually in lieu of the sorts of statutory protections that we're doing now. I drafted a rough draft agreement where it would basically have a discussion of ongoing review and relationship that Ms. Knupp, I think appropriately, said, let's wait until we actually have a subordinate board to review that. So I'm saying, and I'm happy to have the minutes reflect, the intent is this is not just going to be implemented by a policy that's internal, it will be implemented by an agreement between the two boards.
Okay. Thank you. We have you on video.
I recognize, that's why I said it that bluntly, is,
that's clear.
You know, they have to have some degree of autonomy, but again, we've already given you, in terms of the books review and the idea of the ongoing agreement, more of a relationship than the skeletal requirements of the statute.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go on to section 13. It's titled Financial Contribution. And when I saw financial contribution, this wasn't something that we talked about last time, but as I was rereading it, it just came to me. I'm immediately thinking about contribution in terms of donation. But this section doesn't talk about donations. This section talks about the director's role and their contribution as a director to the fund. So I was wondering if we can just title it differently. Instead of financial contribution, can we title it director's role and financial contribution? Because it actually begins with the directors shall be responsible for direct and active participation in fundraising activities. So it is their role, it is their responsibility in the fundraising, in the activities of the fundraising. And then it also talks about their contributions.
For the chair, in my experience, the reason I was so explicit about saying financial contribution is it is a fund. Our job entirely is to raise funds in accordance with the wishes of the strategic direction of the school board of Indian River County. I wanted it to be very clear that it is a fund, therefore it requires financial contribution.
Oh, I wasn't asking to remove it. I was just asking to add to it, but I get it. Add to just the title, not the content.
I will defer to the board, but for the chair, the intent was to make it not unintentional, that if you are on this board, there is a requirement for a financial contribution. Okay. I was trying to be very direct about that, but I defer to the board.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
And the title would reflect it, just so you know. I think I mentioned this, and Board Member McDonald has served on a board before. I know all of you have in some capacities. The phrase that I know of from nonprofit boards is the 3 T's: time, talent, and tithe. And the direct and active participation, and the financial contribution and directors' in-kind contributions are all calculated to be the 3 Ts. So to say director's role and financial contribution, I think, yeah, sure, that reflects the 3 Ts.
Okay, either way, that's fine. I wasn't talking about the content of that section, just that title, but it's fine. This is our opportunity to talk, so this is the time that I'm getting to do that. Okay, section 15. Section 15, and I didn't think that I picked this up last time. It does say that each director shall attend fund board orientation within 6 months after the director's election. After they're elected to that position. I just think 6 months is too long to be, to engage in an orientation for that position. That you're already in for the 6 months. I mean, you really should be like right away.
For the chair, in my experience serving on 25 at least nonprofit and for-profit board, as well as leading 7 different organizations, I was particularly strong about suggesting we even put that language in. Most organizations don't even put that in their bylaws, but I felt so strongly that directors be able to engage intellectually as well as financially that we added that section. But I need you to know that in many cases that section does not even exist. And I was trying to also create for the off chance that a person becomes a director, they travel, something happens with illness, and you wouldn't want to recuse the director, but that language is actually stronger than most nonprofits put in.
So it seems like you really intended that to mean no more than 6 months.
Up to 6 months?
And obviously sooner would be better.
Yeah. For the chair, absolutely, yes, it was.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let me see. All right, 17. This we definitely talked about last time. Section 17, associate members. The fund board may establish non-voting associate members in the fund for individuals and representatives who contribute to the activities of the goals of the fund. And I do understand that these members could be, well, I think I've read in another place, which I didn't put here, that it could be another 15 associates. Like if each director invites 1 associate member, then you're talking about 30 people altogether. So I was wondering, is this associate member more like a committee? Because they're not taking any other role. It looks like they're taking on the role of a committee to help with the additional fundraising activities.
For the chair, in 2 organizations that I led, directors ultimately wanted there to be associate members. In one case, there were alumni that would not necessarily serve on the board, that cared deeply about what we were accomplishing as a district and wanted to be involved as a community, but may not be appropriate for a board seat, and or for community people that, again, want to help with the fundraiser in some ways, but really be in a more formalized structure like we are, the associate members, where they feel a degree of responsibility and somewhat honoring them versus having a random group of people. It was kind of to acknowledge that we may choose to do that.
Okay, so is there a limit? Is there a minimum of associate members or a maximum? I mean, 1 member can get 20 people if they wanted to be associate members? I mean, I imagine that would be big.
For the chair, I have seen associate boards range from 20 to 50 to 100 people in the past, if they're actively engaged in fundraising and they really want to, and there's all of a sudden all these alumni that are, we've got a very respectable community, find a vehicle now that exists for them to contribute back to the school system where they benefit from greatly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. All right. And then, going on to page 6, with regard to the records, section 11, records, all books and records of the fund shall be available for examination by any director upon reasonable notice. That actually should say upon any director or school board member. And it should actually be for anybody, right? Because everything is open to sunshine.
It's, the reason that language is there is that statutory right of a director under Florida nonprofit statutes, but it doesn't, frankly, there's nothing precluding a director or a school board member from making a public records request and also getting it within a reasonable period of time.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's purely, I'll use the cliche, it's belt and suspenders, but it does nothing to limit the public records rights of any human being.
Well, it does say in the statute, section 4, a school district, a district school board may contract with a vendor for an annual financial audit of the direct support organization. The annual financial audit report shall be submitted within 9 months after the fiscal year's end of the school, of the district school board and the auditor general.
And that is in addition to the obligations that we set forth for the DSO audit in those years in which they have more than $250,000 in annual expenditures and expenses. And again, the paragraph before the one that you mentioned is the one I mentioned. A reviewed set of books isn't audited, but it is reviewed, and there will be notes by the reviewing auditor. And that, again, is something we put in that's in addition to what the statutory requirement is of 250 as the floor.
So then, so are these records, so then what records are we talking about when it says all books and records? Are these financial or
Yeah.
are these, okay.
It-
So if you
yeah.
go up to 2B, 2B actually says the rules, which in this case, that would be the books, the rules shall provide for budget and audit review and oversight by the district school board. So shouldn't that's what I was talking about here.
You
My
have,
rec-
no, I'm listening. The DSO is to provide for the annual audit. You have the supplemental right to audit it yourself if you don't believe what they have. Additionally, you can go to the AG, the Auditor General site, and you'll see that they have the list and the attachments of those audits. They will not have that reviewed set of books because it's not required by statute, but you all will get that for the 100 to 250 range.
So essentially, because the statute provides it, doesn't necessarily have to be captured within the document, because the statute would then trump the document.
Well, they have to have the audit. I
No,
mean-
no, no. I mean that the budget-
Regardless of the bylaws, it's, as we've discussed before, if the statute has language that a policy doesn't have, the statute controls.
Okay, perfect.
Our policy is pretty specific, and I think Bruce Green could tell you, Bruce has been active, very active, in discussions with Ms. Knupp and the rest of us regarding what they would be doing because, again, it's a component part.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. On the bottom of page 6, under committees, the first section talks about the executive committee. The second section says other committees. And I just found something confusing here because it says in the first sentence, the only standing committee shall be the executive committee, which is in section 1. And then it says, the fund may, over time, form governance, finance, audit, development, and such other committees. But yet, we just said the only standing committee would be the executive. Standing meaning it is always there?
Right.
Okay.
And-
Maybe that's where,
Yeah, and basically, they will be, as we drafted it, the board is the executive committee. The executive committee is running everything with the ex officio members. The other committees are simply as needed, and we can always, I mean, amending the bylaws is simply something that is a somewhat ministerial task. So it doesn't require filing with the Secretary of State. I anticipate that we will, in the agreement, say certain amendments must be approved by this board, but most probably won't. But there will be some that'll be so significant. But I think that language is pretty stock nonprofit language regarding committees. And frankly, my experience is some people have 1 million committees and some people never have one.
okay, thank you. The next one is under meetings. Article 9, meetings. I'm on page 7. I don't know what page you're on. Section 2, special meetings shall be called by the fund board chairman or by the written request of any 5 directors.
Good catch. I'll say 3. I went to Arkansas. It's not my fault. I'll make it 3.
Should it be, because it's a special meeting, should it be by a quorum? I mean, we can't call a special meeting unless, well, we can't, we could.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Good there. You're welcome. The last one that I have is under dissolution. Now, this one was definitely discussed at our last meeting, and I have my notes on that. So the part that is here is fine. What is not here is that the dissolution can only be made by the school board members on recommendation of the board of directors. That's what we talked about last time. That's not here. What we have written right now, it just says upon dissolution of the corporation, but it doesn't say who is responsible for the dissolution. We are the ones who are creating, the fund board. We should be the ones to have the final decision as to its dissolution, if it should be dissolved at all.
No, I agree, but then there are also involuntary dissolutions, which operate as a matter of law, failure to file annual report, that sort of thing. But I agree, I think that makes sense. I think we agreed with it. We just have beaten this like a chuck steak over these several months.
That's okay.
And,
Gotta get it right.
that's just a drop.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, so if we can just add, dissolution can only be made by the school board members on or by the recommendation of the board of directors.
Okay.
Or the superintendent.
By the vote of the school board.
Yeah.
What was that?
I would say by the vote of the school board.
And then rather than go over everything in the articles, it's just a crosswalk.
Yes.
And then after, even though it's not up for discussion right now, but after all of this, if we could just look at the policy, just to make sure that the policy doesn't need to be updated, or our name needs to be incorporated in whatever that might be at that point. We might just need to do a look at the policy. 9215. Just to make sure that it's updated, That's it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other board members for discussion? Okay. All right, so it's 10, action item D. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
As amended.
As amended, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, it passes 5-0. At this time, we are well over our 2-hour mark. I am going to take a 5-minute recess. It is 8:55. board meeting, and we just passed action agenda item 10D, and now we are to discussion. Mrs. Rosario brought up patriotic programs. Mrs. Rosario?
Yes, thank you so much. Let me get my notes pulled up here. Okay, so I pulled this up, and I attached some backup items for the board. One of which was our policy on patriotic programs, and the other one was the statute on patriotic programs. And one of the items that we need to actually look at and review is our policy. Our policy is very vague about patriotic programs with specific regard to what is in the statute. So I'll just refer to the statute, even though you have the policy. The statute, in this particular item, what I'm focusing on, or what I'd like us to focus on, is standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem, of course. The statute is very clear that when the anthem is played, students and all civilians shall stand at attention, men removing the headdress, except when such headdress is worn for religious purposes. The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag is stated there in the, what the actual words of the pledge are. And then it says that it shall be rendered by students standing with the right hand over their heart. The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag shall be recited at the beginning of the day in each public elementary, middle, and high school in our state. And in our policy, we do have an opening. It does say that there is an opening for that in the Pledge of Allegiance, but our policy does not go into specifics with regard to the standing, removing the headdress, or the hand over the heart. I'll continue. It says, each student shall be informed by written notice published in the school student handbook, or a similar publication pursuant to statute 1006.072, that the student has the right not to participate in the reciting of the pledge, and that upon written request by his or her parent, the student may be excused from reciting the pledge, including standing and placing their right hand over his or her heart. When the pledge is given, unexcused students must show full respect to the flag by standing at attention, men removing their headdress, except when such headdress is worn for religious purposes. So we have someone at our schools, and I'm really specifically talking about middle and high schools, very specifically with our high schools though. We have an announcement in the morning. Someone says, please stand for the pledge. No one stands. No one stands, no one pledges, with the exception of a handful of students who give respect to the flag and do that. Now, if you imagine how uncomfortable it is for one or two students, how brave it is for one or two students or handful to stand in a room full of people who are talking or, disregarding the announcement or the pledge, and while one or a few students are trying to really pay attention to that pledge and give their utmost to that moment. It's very disheartening to think that some students feel bothered by it. It is something that I'm honestly, it couldn't have been at a right moment. I did not even plan to put this on here knowing that we were going to honor military children today, but it is the perfect opportunity for us to address it. I don't think that anyone in their right mind, when we have our meetings, everyone stands. Whether you agree with the pledge or not, everyone stands, everyone pays close attention to it. We need a full review of how our policy is written so that it better reflects what the statute says. And I'd like to charge the superintendent and this isn't a formal action here, but in discussion, my hope is that the school board members will support a charge for the superintendent to make sure that this is happening in our schools. Make sure everybody is standing. Make sure everyone is paying attention. And if those parents want to if some parents want to opt students out, there isn't an opt-in, it is an opt-out. It is where a parent will sign, I want my student to not stand for the pledge. So let's not, I don't want to get that crooked. So with that, I'll open it up for board discussion.
All right, board members? Dr. Pasco?
No, you can speak.
You want me to speak?
Anyone.
Oh. Mr. McDonald?
Yeah, it seems that we've taken the initiative to include this. A moment of silence, the American flag, the Pledge of Allegiance to celebrate Freedom Week. It seems that the board is taking a position on this, which I would agree with. It also seems that perhaps we might go a step further and look at once a year some kind of a short, brief instruction, because I don't think that many people understand what that Pledge of Allegiance means and why we do it, or the Constitution that's behind it. They don't recognize that we are basically telling each other that we've got a set of rules that we all live under. I'm willing to submit to those rules, and I'm happy to get rights and things that come from those rules. And I want to be part of that community, that relationship, which is our nation. So I think that if they're not standing, it makes me wonder if there's a lack of understanding that might be missing with them, and perhaps we can look at whether we have some instruction that helps them become more familiar with it.
Yeah, oh, Dr. Jones. Okay, I find it interesting that, our elementary kids are doing it, but yet we teach civics in 7th grade? Mm-hmm. And yet you see it fall off after that. So I agree. I think it's something we need to follow the law. And I'm reading the law, and it says basically you're opting out only, which means that students need to stand and they need to put their hand over their heart and do everything they're supposed to do, even in high school, middle school, elementary, unless they have that written permission. But I think it also needs to be, what does it say in our new student code of conduct that we just passed?
I don't even think it's in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. If we give written notice, which is what it says to do, I think it needs to be in the student handbook and student code of conduct. Because parents are supposed to sign off on that and agree to it. And if it's written right there saying this is the law and this is what we need to do, then a parent can only just say, I'm going to opt out. Otherwise, we just do it. They need to know that that's happening.
Right.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Becerra.
Through the chair, that exact language is written in our student progression plan. It's not in the code of conduct, it's in the student progression plan.
So should we put, I guess my question is, Dr. Moore, should we put something into the student handbook then, making parents aware of the fact that this is the law and that we need to follow through with it unless they sign a permission form?
So through the chair, this conversation, it has not been my experience. It has not been the experience of my team as we walk schools. And I walk schools probably more than any other superintendent. Of course, when a superintendent's in the room, things are always kind of fall into place. Having it in the pupil progression plan and making sure that our principals are providing the opportunity based on what I see, there's always going to be opportunity for improvement, specifically in our secondary schools. But this is a conversation I had with Ms. Rosario, oh goodness, a few months ago.
No, at least a year ago. It was
All
when
right,
Nicholas was in NJROTC.
Right, so that's a year ago?
Yeah.
See, like the strategic plan, time
Yeah,
flies.
and that whole entire year I was saying it to you.
But we go back and we inspect what we expect, and you see where it is being done, and then where are there opportunities for improvement. So if we had it into the code of conduct, which is the written notification, pupil progression plan, absolutely fine. Providing an opportunity to reinforce at the beginning of every school year regarding the intent as well as the opportunity to opt out is extremely straightforward. And we can do that. That's very procedural for me to do. But when, in looking at it, there's incidents in which it could be the same, but as I walk our schools, and this is just me walking and me observing the pride that our teachers take, our principals take, and who we are as a community and what we believe, to me is a direct reflection of us as a community. And I say that coming from a place where that absolutely was not the reality. So is there opportunities for improvement? Absolutely. Do we do better than most? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So on here, specifically, right in statute, it says, each student shall be informed by a written notice published in the student handbook or a similar publication pursuant to, and then, the law, that the student has a right not to participate in reciting the pledge upon written request by his or her parent. So I think we need to make sure that that is written in there, that we expect this, and if you don't agree, parent, you need to give us some sort of writing form, whatever we decide to do. But I think, Mr. Zaria is bringing up a good point. We need to make sure it's done, but we also need to follow the law. And it says it should be written in our student handbook.
If I can follow up on that, that statute that is in there, 1006.072, with regard to where it says or a similar publication, that is actually the code of conduct. The code of student conduct is the exact wording of that. So it's either a student handbook or code of conduct. But I think codifying this, capturing what is in the statute in our policy, as Dr. Moore and staff kind of work on practices to make this right, at the same time would seem to make sense. It seems to. But Dr. Moore, I know that you're on, defensive and you want to protect the schools, but the reality is it's not happening at our high schools for sure. It's not. I've seen it, I've talked to you about it the entire year. And it is something that needs to be addressed. It is something that we have to bring focus to. We've done it with other things, and I have no doubt that we'll be able to do it here too. Bring us back to an appreciation of civic duty, civic responsibility. In fact, it leads me into the second part of this patriotic programs statute, because if you keep reading, there is more that needs to be incorporated in our policy. All schools in the state are encouraged, and this actually confirms what you were saying, Mr. McDonald. All public schools in the state are encouraged to coordinate at all grade levels instruction related to our nation's founding fathers with American Founders Month pursuant to, and then there's another statute there. So I think all of this together is just bringing a sense of what was just mentioned, civic responsibility, civic duty, and then the last part of the statute requires, which is something that I think we all have, that all schools have displayed the state motto, "In God We Trust." That I believe that we do have in all of the schools at their entrances. But it goes on to say that to help families, civic instructions, local communities, school districts, charter schools must prepare students to be civically responsible and knowledgeable adults. And then it lists all of these things that need to be in there, which kind of bring all together what all of the board members are here talking about. So if we can, I'd be happy to kind of draft send it over to you so that you and the team can start working on adding this to our current policy and just kind of bringing it all together so we can move forward.
So the,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I
Yeah,
saw.
I would say,
Posca.
thank you for bringing this up. It is something that kids' parents have brought to my attention over the last year. And, you know, I think that from my perspective, I don't blame the kids at all. You know, I blame the teachers that are supposed to be their leaders, that are responsible for leading their kids to respect their country, respect their flag. And I think a lot of them, probably the majority in general, are doing that in our district. But I do think there are a number probably in some schools, especially the high schools. Why are the kids pledging all together when they're young, and then all of a sudden they get to these later grades with different teachers, and now they're not doing it? And I think what's changed is the teacher. So, you know, I stand by my remarks earlier that, you know, this is a problem with leadership in the classroom. This is a problem with teachers respecting the country. And I will say that the graduation, that was the national anthem. I misspoke and said pledge. But if you're going to do that in public in a graduation in front of the whole school, what are you doing with our kids in the classroom when no one's there? You know, if you're going to disrespect the flag publicly in front of everyone, what are you willing to do to disrespect our country, the Constitution, the flag, and the military when you're alone with our kids? So this isn't about trying to force children to pledge allegiance to the flag. I ultimately always protect people's rights to do what they want, but what it shows me is we have a problem in our schools related to the teachers in specific places. And like I said, I'm not saying this is the majority of teachers. I think the majority of our teachers are wonderful people. They love their country. They love the kids. But you may have teachers, and I believe we do, that ultimately are working together that don't love this country, do not love this flag, and they are in your kid's classroom unattended. And that's a big problem to me. So that's really the root of the problem. Is that, not that the kids aren't standing, they're not doing it because they don't have an example to follow.
I appreciate that.
Couple things, Ms. Bearbrooke.
Go ahead, Dr. Jones.
I know we're going to talk about the moment of silence, but I've been in many schools with the moment of silence. In fact, I'll walk in to sign in and they'll go, shh, because we're in the moment of silence. So I know that's happening. I've not walked to any classrooms where they were saying the pledge. I take this back to my family, my home. You know, before my kids went to kindergarten, we were talking about the flag and respecting the country and knowing the flag and so forth. I don't know, Dr. Moore, you might know, do they lead it? I used to lead it over the intercom every day. Do they lead it over the intercom at the high schools? Do you know?
so through the chair, it depends on the school, not just the high schools, whether
Okay.
it is the principal, whether it is a student-led activity. So it depends from school to school.
Okay. I remember when I first went to Sebastian, it wasn't led, so I led it by the intercom every day for 11 years. And if you did not say the pledge, you'd have to come down and talk to me. There wasn't a special form then. I just did it. And make sure I would call the parent and double check why, because we do have to respect that. No student being compelled. But then I gave them the story about my family, and I changed some minds, which I was very, very grateful for. But as far as what we can do, what Ms. Berenberg said about the state statute, I believe in elementary, it is led by the intercom, if I'm correct there. Like you said, middle and high school. I think that's one thing we could look at, having it led by the principal or whoever that principal, you know, designates. So it's all together, same time.
That is a practice. Both of them are all together, whether it is a student leading the announcements who's going through the pledge,
Okay.
or the principal or
Every school.
at the same time, yes.
Okay, good.
Across all schools,
I just
yes.
want, because I wasn't sure on that one. And like you said, moment of silence, I've been in many schools during that time, and they are honoring that. So I just think that when we're doing it together as a group, it's just better instead of, because when I first went to that high school, it was teacher-led, and I wanted to do it as a school.
No, that would, yeah. And I just, if we enhance the policy, absolutely, we want a strong policy that ultimately I can implement. And as we're having this conversation, it would be the extreme minority where it's not happening. And are there opportunities for improvement? I'm a child of continuous improvement, absolutely. But it is going to be the absolute minority. And I can just report what I see with my eyes, what my team sees with their eyes, what our principals see with their eyes. Is there opportunities to improve? Yes. But is it at a wide scale? The answer is no.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, you want to weigh in?
No.
Okay.
I've waited.
You've weighed, okay. So it sounds like you're going to look at policy updating?
Yeah, yes.
And bring it back to us, and then also into the student handbook?
Through the chair, to have it in the handbook is just the
Or
student.
code of conduct?
Is the most appropriate place to be. I think we're meeting the intent of the law or the statute by having it in the pupil progression plan, because it's a similar document, but obviously you can have it in one singular place. That's easier to do.
But I think it also alerts a parent who is responsible for signing that document that they signed it.
Correct.
And they agreed to it unless they put in writing that they didn't agree to it. Okay.
No,
Anything else?
they're not signing to agree to it,
No,
they're
no.
signing to take their kids out.
No, they're signing,
Sign
what I
handbook.
meant is they're signing to agree to the student code of conduct. And it's
Oh,
in
yeah,
there.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so we are on to the next item, which is,
Yes, moment of silence, same policy. What?
I thought we just had that conversation. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Did we miss something?
Nope.
Did you want to say something?
go ahead.
No, I thought we just had that conversation.
No, that was Pledge of Allegiance. That was patriotic Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay.
This is moment of silence.
All right, I'll be silent.
Same policy, though. Same policy, same kind of idea. So a moment of silence happens either right before the pledge or right after the pledge. And then students are supposed to remain silent for 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes. Our policy says at a minimum of 1 minute, up to 2 minutes. So it's just a matter of figuring out how much time is actually, which is it? It's either 1 or 2. I prefer 2. I'd love board feedback on that, but the moment of silence, as it stands, as it is written in the statute, is really intended for a couple of things. It was intended for meditation or voluntary prayer. Because we are not required or can't compel someone to pray or to have a faith, the court system has allowed for either meditation or voluntary prayer, and that is permissible under the Establishment Clause. So, and I'm just giving you the little background to this statute. The statute was created as in this, it's not very long, but the statute actually includes that a school's moment of silence and the decision that a student takes during those 2 minutes is really based on the parent's choice, what the parent decides for those 2 minutes. And it actually reads, and I'll read it to you here. Let me pull it up. It says, and I'm reading from statute 1003.45, the school district board may install in the public schools in the district a secular, let me keep section 3. Nope, section 2, sorry. The legislature finds that in today's hectic society, too few persons are able to experience even a moment of quiet reflection before plunging headlong into activities of daily life. Young persons are particularly affected by the absence of an opportunity for a moment of quiet reflection. The legislature finds that our youth and society as a whole would be well served if students in the public schools were afforded a moment of silence at the beginning of each school day. Section 3. The principal of each public school shall require teachers in first period classrooms in all grades to set aside at least 1 minute, but not more than 2 minutes daily for a moment of silence, during which students may not interfere with other students' participation. A teacher may not make suggestions as to the nature of any reflection that a student may engage in during the moment of silence. And here's where the parents come in. Section 4, each first period classroom teacher shall encourage parents or guardians to discuss the moment of silence with their children and to make suggestions as to the best use of this time. So the best use of that time is really parent-directed. It's not that the teacher tells the student what to do with those 2 minutes. If someone wants to sit and do nothing for 2 minutes, that's up to them. If a student wants to pray, take out their Bible for those 2 minutes, that's up to that student. If another student wants to do homework, that's up to that student. So in other words, there's 2 minutes of this quiet time where a student can either meditate, pray, or do nothing. And so we are providing the 2 minutes. I don't know if it's 1 or 2 minutes, but we are providing the moment of silence after the pledge through an announcement over the loudspeaker. But but just as what is happening with the pledge, even though it's happening over the loudspeaker, it's not actually being implemented in the classrooms, especially the high schools. So we have to be able to make sure that parents understand that this 2 minutes is truly silent, an opportunity for students to be able to do what they want, uninterrupted during those 2 minutes. And that's the part, Dr. Moore, that board members with your blessing upon this, to, again, just the same with the Pledge of Allegiance, to ensure that we are actually doing this with fidelity. And I'll leave it up to the board members.
Dr. Jones?
Well, as I said earlier, I have been there during moment of silence. I don't know what they're thinking during that moment of silence, but I know the school is, every school I've been to, they are honoring that. That's my only comment.
Anyone else? I have actually been in both high schools during the moment of silence, and I was in a classroom and they were all quiet. So I don't think it's across the board like everything else. I think it's maybe pockets for sure, here and there. And I don't know if somebody gets busy and they forget that they're supposed to do that or what, but I think bringing it to everybody's attention would be helpful, because people get into a routine and then they forget, and they don't think something is important to students as their parents might think it is. Mm-hmm. So I think that we need to just remind people and make sure that parents understand that we're going to basically enforce it.
Question?
Dr. Jones.
Dr. Moore, so what is your opinion here on the moment of silence when you see it? And I know you and your staff are out there all the time.
Through the chair, they have, I think it was last year or the year before, they moved to up to 1 minute, but up to 2 minutes. Conversation very similar to the pledge, is making sure the opportunity is there, making sure students understand the silence of the opportunity. I think everything that Ms. Rosario said is, there's nothing I don't agree with in terms of our ability to make sure that that it is happening.
You mean there's nothing you disagree with? There's nothing you agree with? You don't agree with me?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, okay. All right, yes. Everything you said, yes, as it relates to that, making sure students understand what they are and are not allowed to do, and honoring that silence during that up to 2 minute time period. So, once again, in both these areas, I think it's upon me and my teams to go back, reflect, evaluate, and ensure that we're providing what is the intent of statute, what is the intent of policy, to make sure that is actually what is taking place. And I'll say it again, I mean, our schools are led by very, very patriotic people. We're talking specifically about our high schools. And our high schools, and the board knows this, and the cabinet knows this, both are dealing with very, very traumatic times. This morning, Vero Beach dealt with a very, very hard incident, and unfortunately, as in terms of noticing the board, Sebastian will be dealing with a very similar incident tomorrow morning, which is hard. And the individuals who lead those schools are men of character, men who love this country, and go above and beyond for their students. If I was starting a school, and I have led and supervised hundreds of principals, without a second, Chris Cummings would be the person I would send my daughters to be the principal. That he knows his kids inside and out. He can talk by name to all of his kids. Yep. I was good, but I wasn't that good. So, like I said, there's opportunities to improve. And I think both of those leaders would say, yeah, we can evaluate it, we can step back from it, and let us see how we can be more efficient. It's not a heart issue. It's not a heart issue. It's not a pride issue. It's not a issue that speaks to their love for this country. So I am confident in sharing the concerns that are being expressed here. They will respond in a way that makes you proud, not only of them, but for their love for this country and our students. Thank you.
Okay, so that wraps up everything on the agenda. Who would like to go first on school board? Okay, Dr. Jones, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say some great things about our students, our schools, our principals, and our teachers. First of all, Dr. Moore, for this military presentation today, it warmed my heart. The academic excellence that Dr. McMahon gave out, I thought it was wonderful, and the lady from transportation, Ms. Stinson, it is great to honor people like them. I was at both Vero City and County Commissions when they recognized us as an A. Very, very proud of that. We will always say we will never become complacent, but we do need to pat ourselves on the back once in a while. Academic excellence, I attended both of those at the high schools, not the scholarship one. Vero's this Thursday. I did attend Sebastian River High School. But they were recognizing every teacher that really made a difference for them. And when I say made a difference, they'd say, oh yeah, they were a great math teacher, but this is what they did. This is how we connected. This is the relationship we had. Our high schools for scholarships, I was at Sebastian last week, $300,000 given out. This Thursday, I did check with Mrs. Wood. There will be $600,000 given out in scholarships. Thank you to our community partners. The all-county musical that they brought back from 2017 at Vero Beach High School a couple weeks ago, mainly South County, but we did have a few North County schools. Absolutely excellent. When we look at our band and our athletics and everything extracurricular, it makes a difference in our students' lives. Elementary track meet, very packed. Thank you to Yolanda Lucas Wilson, who runs that with the elementary PE teachers. They do a great job. They just do a great job, and that shows in the middle and high school athletics. The Red, White, and Blue concert, it gets better every single year. The ending was great. They released the balloons. They were playing all the military marches, and what our students do on a regular basis for all the hours they spend. I'm looking at a former drum major, Ms. Maddox, and what they do. And my son was a band captain. The hours that they put in with extracurriculars, outstanding, and that's why we're so good. The Relay for Life. I was there for a couple hours. Thank you, Dr. Moore. Kind of brought that back. We kind of lost it a little bit for a few years. I mean, it used to be huge at Vero Beach High School and Sebastian River High School. It was the whole night, Dr. Moore. Yep. And I think we were the #2 teams there with our schools. Thank you to our schools, and we'll get even better next year. I did contribute to Mr. Seymour's team, and all the district teams did a great job. The Value Adjustment Board, the final meeting was the other day. That's a great committee with property appraisers, tax collector meetings, people challenging an appeal on property value. I learned a lot on that committee, and it was good. Executive Roundtable, I'll be attending on Thursday. We'll get more information on the next meeting. I agree 100%. We need veteran parking here, wherever you need to put it. The cruising into K, that was huge. And Dr. Moore, that's when I talked to a bus driver. You're right, the kids were looking at how they could get on the bus. I think 30 to 35% are running double routes right now, so we're still looking at what we can do for the bus drivers, and I support whatever you need to do to make that happen. I talked to a rep at the DOE today about the NAEP scores, and I would like to have that at the workshop next time. I want to see where we are on the NAEP scores to make sure we get the correct information out to our community. I'm very interested in that because I used to have it at the middle school in 8th grade and 10th grade. Let me see.
And 4th grade.
And 4th grade, yeah, I'm sorry, my principalship.
That's elementary people.
That's right, I know, you're right. And I started looking at some of the information she sent, but I'll look at the narratives. And I just want to say to Dr. Moore, Eric Seymour, Dr. Shafty, Tony Brown, Kevin Browning, Rashawn Green, and Dr. Smith, I really enjoyed working on the DSEG work group. I wish you the best because this is all for our kids. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. Well, it's been a whole 3 weeks since I joined you, but I would be remiss if I did not thank everybody, Dr. Moore and his whole staff who spent a lot of time with me and inundating me with a lot of information. Hopefully I've retained some of it, but it was extremely valuable for me. But what impressed me most is everybody in the staff, and everybody I've run into actually here, are exceedingly kind and generous and nice. And maybe it's because I'm a New Yorker. But it struck me probably more than anything how nice everybody is and how helpful they are and how much they just have a great attitude and go out of their way. So I was very impressed by that, and I very much appreciated that. And I did get a chance to visit play ball at Dodgertown and was impressed by Mr. Seymour and the work that he had done and the organization they had there. To see 250 small children running around just having a wonderful time, trying to figure out what baseball is. It just sort of warmed your heart. It took me back to about 60 years, I think, but just sort of reminded me what it's like to be a child, and you'll sort of forget it if you don't get amongst them and see them enjoying and playing. And I also really appreciated the opportunity to see the scholarship event at Sebastian High School. Very impressive. Not only the amount of money that was donated, but the people, the young people they had there that just seemed to do outstanding work and have been recognized and rewarded for that. So I felt very inspired by it. And again, I was thinking back to, and that was 40 years back, but I was thinking of what the next 40 years they have to look forward to that has passed by in my life. So it sort of inspired me to be more in touch with and more connected with the students and the work that we do here.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario.
Yeah, so the Excellence Award celebration and the scholarship night, fantastic as always. I just think that there are so many seniors that are already looking forward to what they're going to do in the future. And as Dr. Moore mentioned, one of the students tonight, she was awarded $20,000. And so even if there was $1,000 for a student, it's still something towards books or towards whatever they could use. So I just think that's important. I would love for us to really look forward into the future for next year to reach out to more students and make sure that more parents understand that all of these opportunities are out there for them. I also wanted to talk about the Vero Beach Air Show. I know that's coming up in a couple of weeks and we're not going to have a meeting before then. So just an announcement, because I know that that's always something that the community looks forward to. If you haven't been there, it's fantastic. So the Vero, and they're doing something new this year that I think parents in our district would benefit from. Children 12 years of age and under are free with a paid adult. I don't think that they did that in previous years. And so this is a great opportunity for parents to bring their children. Again, if you're 12 and under, with a paid adult. Children are free, and of course, parking is included. It really is a fantastic opportunity for children to see the fighter jets overhead, or whatever other air show that whatever they're putting in the air. The other thing is, I just wanted to announce that there is a family fun night out at the Heritage Center tomorrow from 6 to 8 p.m. I know that there is a book challenge. What was it again, Kristen? Battle of the Books tomorrow night as well. Where is that going to be? I don't have that here.
Learning Center cafeteria.
There we go. Freshman Learning Center cafeteria, Battle of the Books tomorrow night as well. All right, that's it.
Dr. Pasca.
Yeah. So last week I was reading the news, as I oftentimes do when I'm waking up in the morning or going to bed. And I came across an article in the Sunshine Journal. And it was about the vice mayor of Vero Beach, Linda Moore. And I was pretty shocked and surprised by what I read. It was a story about her publicly requesting used and dirty dildos be delivered to her private restaurant that she owns called the Kilted Mermaid. And my surprise was that this is obviously a gross health and public safety violation, as she specifically requested used ones would most likely be covered with things like E. coli and Klebsiella and Proteus and plenty of other dangerous bacteria that you can't have in a restaurant. So I was very surprised by that, and as I kind of analyzed it, I drew a few conclusions. And in order to publicly make a request like that, you really have to operate under a delusional thought process. So, in order to think that's a safe or good idea to bring that into your restaurant when it obviously is not, with a little common sense, it shows you operate with delusional thought processes. Additionally, she went so far as to do it publicly on Facebook, which indicates that she really didn't expect it would be a problem, which shows that these delusional thought processes are pathologic in nature. So, the problem when you have the vice mayor of Vero Beach operating with a delusional thought process is she's responsible for spending millions and millions and millions of taxpayer dollars and voting on projects like the complete reconstruction of downtown Vero Beach, the Three Corners project, and basically everything else potentially in between. And what we need to realize is if you have someone in government operating under delusional thought processes, they have pretty radical ideas about what is dangerous and what is safe and all these other sorts of things. For instance, they may think delusional thought like global warming is the biggest threat to you and your family's safety right now, and not the liberal policies that are increasing violence, rape, and murder across the country. So, when you operate under delusional thought processes, bad things happen. And, I think my message to the City Council of Vero Beach and Mayor Capugno would be, if you continue to work with this person and not request that they step down, everything you do will be done under the stain of this shadow of this person who clearly is mentally unfit to run a bar, let alone spend millions of tax dollars. So if you go ahead with these projects, what will happen, the community will soundly reject them because they recognize that as a body, you can't be trusted. So I would recommend that each city council member ask her to resign and that she resign, because hoarding dirty dildos in a public restaurant is unbecoming of the vice mayor of Vero Beach.
Okay, I have a couple things. Zoning and planning on Thursday, I have a conflict because I'm giving out awards at Vero Beach High School. Can you attend? No. You cannot attend, okay. So I'll need to let them know that no board member will be there. When I was out of town in 4 different countries, and I got to I walked by a school in Mexico, in a little village in Mexico. And it was a very clean, neat, kids out playing during recess and in uniform, and it was great. Then I walked into the village, and I saw all these kids running around selling things. And I was like, I asked the restaurateur, what's going on? How come kids are here selling things in the middle of the day? I just curious because I didn't think they had school choice and, homeschooling and things going on. And I was told those weren't their kids. They were the Hondurans and the Guatemalan kids whose families would come as a carload. And then I saw a carload get out of their car with all kinds of goods to sell to people to be able to survive. And I thought, aren't we lucky where we are, that our kids don't have to do things like that? So it was kind of a little bit of an eye-opener. I met some music teachers on my travels from Oregon, and their response to me that I was from Florida said, oh, Florida. And I talked about our schools, and they didn't think our schools, had a good reputation, and they were music teachers. And I asked them about their music programs, and they said they had been cut in their schools. And I bragged on ours. And I just said, well, ours is the opposite. We have robust music programs, and they were so impressed. Their attitude about Florida changed because they were just shocked to hear that Florida really, at least our county, is stressing the importance of the arts. And so I appreciate that, and I think we need to continue to do so. And with that, I'd just like to say again, welcome to you, Mr. McDonald, and Superintendent. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Forgot to add, I attended the Vero baseball game at Jackie Robinson with Mr. Seymour, and that is where Vero Beach baseball coach Brian Rahal recognized the unified team. And Dr. Moore, just to let you know, they have 14 state championships now. And one of the young men up here tonight was one of those who participated going to West Point. And that program that I brought to the state tournaments when I was at the FHSAA, I'm telling you, it is just soaring. So I'm just so proud of them. Thank you.
So now that you brought them up, Dr. Moore, I had brought to your attention during the football game their little banner and where it was located, and it wasn't as big as everybody else's, and it wasn't the same as everybody else's. Has that changed?
Through the chair, when you brought that up, it was still in the midst of construction, so I think as
No, this was at the football game, and it was
yes.
by the garbage cans.
Right, I'm
Okay.
relatively sure it's been.
If we can fix that for those kids, I'd appreciate it. Dr. Moore, any closing comments?
Nope. Tomorrow we'll be celebrating Administrative Assistant Day, bright and early, right back in here.
Okay, with that, it is 9:48. I'll bring this to a close.